Hello everyone. I think my nose is suffering slightly less today. It's a miracle. I don't know. Maybe it won't, but I want to believe it. I just want to believe. So let's get back to this and start investigating, shall we? But there's a lot going on in this place, huh? Wow, this is a pricey looking chair. Apparently the mayor was found drunk and unconscious in it. Really? Yeah, and when he came to, he was arrested for murder. Talk about your rude awakening. He's the prime suspect in a crime he knows nothing about. That stinks. Oh, poor Mr. Tenma. He must be feeling so scared and confused. Apollo, it's up to us to save him. Well, it's like she's on her own emotional roller coaster. The Forbidden Chamber. Yeah, but I wanted to see the little thingy there. They say the Demon Tenma Tower was imprisoned in there before his escape. Think we could get this door open? It's worth a try. No good, it's shut tight. I don't even see a keyhole. Seems pretty hopeless. Injustice we trust. Oh god, you. I forgot you were here. Yikes! Did I just hear the voice of someone in need? Allow me to fill you in. This door simply will not open. We tried and tried, but it won't budge. It is an essential part of the culture found in this manor, so we can't blow it up either. So, an unopenable door. Right. According to Miss Jinxie Tenma, it was shut tight when she came across the time seat. Thanks for the tip, Detective Fulbright. We didn't expect you to be so helpful. Ah, forget I just said that. The Forbidden Chamber was shut tight at the time of the murder. Sounds like something I'd better keep in mind. Okay, but can I not check the, I guess I can't. So, this is where the Alderman Kiwi's body was found. Apparently, the murder weapon, a spear, had Major Tenma's prints on it. That's not good. Never fear, Detective Fulbright is here. Yikes! Of course, I can't offer you any information on my investigation, so... in the name of justice, I must say goodbye. What was that all about? Don't worry about him. He's weird, okay? This is weird. Look, this statue only has one tail. Maybe it's the nine-tailed fox sidekick. I bet the number of tails represents a yokai's power. So, if you had two Apollo, I'd only have one. Wait, what? No, that means that means you're better than me. Got it. Like I said, what? Yeah, even I'm confused. There's something wedged under his chair. Let's see if we can lift it up and freeze! Yikes! No disturbing crime scene evidence, even if you are the mayor's lawyers. He does have a point there. Hey, Detective Fulbright, did you hear about that attack over on Yokai Lane? I heard an elderly woman was assaulted by a strange yokai shaped like a roll of cloth. And you waited until now to tell me. I better get over there at once. Injustice we trust. That was surprisingly easy. Okay, Apollo, now's your chance to look around some more. The more I get to know her, the scarier she gets. Hope she never finds my weakness. Come on, Apollo, you don't have any weaknesses. Whatever this is stuck on tight. Looks like a large blood-stained cloth. The blood's probably the Alderman's, but it's pretty far from his body. I wonder how it got here. And why does this seem important? Well, it's blood and it's on the crime scene, Apollo. By nature, I would say that that's important. Ooh. 3D really allows for so many camera angles. What do we have here? Looks like a statue of the nine-tailed fox and Temataro battling it out. Eek! Careful, Apollo, it's got blood on it! Really? Hey, you're right. I wonder if it's the Alderman's blood. How can you remain so calm after seeing all this blood? Well, this isn't the first time I've seen something like this, so... You're no fun at all. At least act surprised or grossed out or something for my first case. I'm already a lawyer. You want me to be an actor too? Wait, you're adding the statue and you're not adding the cloth? Apollo, that seems like a bad idea. Wait. Oh, that looks like an air vent. It's pretty high up there. How did you get a running start and jumped? I thought even a high jumper could make it. Ah, don't rule it out before you try it. Besides, I'm an excellent jumper. Even so, that must be about 9 feet high. Like I said, you don't know until you try, Monsieur Justice. Do not French me. He doesn't know when to give up and when to stop using foreign words. At least Monsieur is understandable for most people. It's like Madame, everybody knows what it means. Look, a cat with 2 tails! No such thing. Oh, and this lady has a really long leg. How funny is that? There's no way a creature like that could ever exist. She'd have a tough time swallowing. Apollo, I bet you were one of those kids who didn't believe in Santa Claus. What's that got to do with anything? It's called having whimsy in your heart, Apollo. No offense. Look, trophies! Oh, this one was awarded to Alderman Kiwi. The amazing Ninetales Yokai Dive winner Tenma Town Pro Wrestling Tournament. Yokai Division? I didn't know you could have a division of one. Apollo, you should enter the tournament next time. And I have the perfect name for you, the Mysterious Fire Run. A mild-mannered masked lawyer by day, demonic masked wrestler by night. No one's going to hire a masked lawyer, Athena. Apollo, they hire you and Phoenix. I can promise you that someone will in fact hire a masked lawyer. Wait. Wait. Isn't there a character in the Great Ace Attorney who has to, I think it's a prosecutor, like a temporary prosecutor, and he wears a mask? I guess he's not a lawyer technically because he's not a defense attorney, but like he's a lawyer in the sense that he's a specialist on the law, so I guess that counts? Sort of? Doesn't this Tanuki statue remind you of the manor's caretaker Phineas Felch? This raccoon-looking thing? Yeah, it does look like him. Oh, I just got the best idea. We should knock it over. It might transform back into Mr. Felch. Mr. Felch is mischievous, but he's not magical, you know. Way to waste a brilliant idea, Apollo. Apollo, what words come to mind when you watch that pendulum in there? Unsteady and, restless? That's a direct representation of your current state of mind. Wait, that was some kind of psychological test. My diagnosis, this strange case has made you anxious, causing you to lose your cool. You're actually not that far off the mark. It's a folding screen. I wonder what they were using it for. I read that the Japanese used to use these in drafty rooms, but now they're just for show. You mean like my attorney's badge? Poor Adna. That cop treating her like a child must have really bothered her. Yeah, there's something there. Oh, There's something behind that door. Thanks. Whatever it is, it looks like it's broken. Probably broke when the door was open. Why would anybody put something there? Yeah, that wasn't very smart. Maybe it was Shinxi. She was the first one to discover the body. She must have heard the screams and come running in here in a panic. And look at you, Apollo. Now you're using analytical psychology too. I am? Wow, you really learned quick. But I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You're the ace at any right anything agency. I can't tell whether she's serious or not. Now if Trissy said something like that, I'd immediately know she was messing with me. Damn. This one's spear, but... This one's a spear, but what about this one? It looks like a giant pair of pliers. Looks like something a demon might use, so something like that in a manga once. Really? What are they used for? Oh, things like pinching through cheeks. Ew! Pulling out tongues. Tap, tap! Oh, and you should see what they can do to a person's eyes. Okay, I get the idea. But I'm sure this thing is just a simple can opener or something like that. Demons eat canned food. I always wonder what they eat besides people. I can't believe Apollo is like a weeaboo. I guess a technical weeaboo. Alright, the other side of the folding screen. Nothing much to see on this side. Maybe I should go check on the other side. Let's see how we checked everything. Oh no, yeah, there it is. These waste tracks must have been made when someone stepped in the Alderman's blood. Maybe the killer inadvertently made them when they were fleeing? They're pretty big tracks, almost bird-like. The feathers also point to a bird. Then it must be one big bird, and not one of the friendly yellow type either. Nice, Sesame Street reference. Maybe it's a mutant big creature. So your theory is a giant mutant bird murdered Alderman QB with a spear. It's more plausible than just that saying a monster or yokai did it. Sorry to burst the bubble, but a giant spear-wielding bird is by definition a monster. He has a point. Let's see, is there anything I haven't checked? Everything is checked. Oh, the window. Hey, this window opens. And outside we have ourselves a steep cliff. The window only opens about 6 inches, not wide enough for anyone to get in or out. Look, Apollo, there's something caught in the window frame. It looks like gold fur. What a pretty... Oh god, I thought it was Apollo. It looks like gold fur. What a pretty color. It must be from some kind of animal. Wonder what it's doing here. Did Alderman Kiwi have a pet fox? And that was the last thing in the room. Guess that about wraps it up. Now if only we could get that detective to tell us what he knows. Hey, Apollo, do you hear something? Huh? I don't hear anything. Alright, your hearing must not be as sensitive as mine. What are you talking about? A wishing sound like wind rushing through a narrow strait. And the echo of someone's voice in... Justice, we trust! Someone's got a sharp set of ears. That was the sound of my righteous voice reverberating through the air duct. I heard it through the air ducts? Yeah, check it out. But why would she hear you through there? Why don't we go to the diagram? Oh boy, diagram time. Okay, show me the diagram for this goddamn house. As you can see, that vent is connected to an air duct that leads out into the hallway. The wind must have rushed through here and carried my monologue with it straight to your ears. And what a unique monologue it was. I was just thinking, maybe the killer made their escape through that air duct or something. A cute theory, but I don't think so. The air duct in the hallway is low enough to climb into, that much is true. But as you can see, the vent in the ceiling is very high. 9 feet high, in fact. I highly doubt that there's any way to get up there without a ladder or something. And I don't see anything of the sort in this room, do you? I guess you're right. Speaking of things in this room... Yeah? Can you tell us what you guys turned up, Detective Fulbright? No, not my watch, buddy. In the name of justice, I cannot reveal facts pertaining to the prosecution's case. Oh, come on, throw us a bone here. Excuse me, Detective Fulbright, but I recall you saying earlier that you would come running whenever we were in need. Yeah, I suppose I did say that. Helping those in need is what justice is all about, but keeping information out of enemy hands is also a form of justice. Which justice is the most just? Why is this always so hard? Well, how about this? Let's do a little give or take. I mean, serving the public is part of justice too, right? You know, like the police motto. To serve and protect. I doubt leaking information to the defense team falls under that motto. Yes, of course. I must serve as well as protect. Okay, I will share some information. In the name of justice! We did it, Apollo! Yeah, we did it, alright. But I'm not sure that was entirely ethical. Was it Miss Jinxie Tenma who first discovered the crime scene? That's right, and this photo shows what she saw when she opened the door. Miss Tenma had a key, allowing her immediate access. A key, so then the Fox chamber was locked. Yes, and Miss Tenma had the only key to its door. Really? So Alderman Kiwi didn't have a key to the Fox chamber? Actually, he had a master key for most of the doors in the manor, but it disappeared after his murder. Disappear? You think the killer took it? It could very well be connected to the murder. We're looking into the possibility now. But it's the timing of Miss Tenma's discoveries that I think is most important. Of course, I'm not going to share that information with you. Ha 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 ha. You think you're some kind of champion of justice, but you're just plain old mean. I won't fall for that, you shameless rascal. I only help with little boys and girls. Shameless rascal? Who even says that? Also, what do you mean, little boys and girls? Are you being weird? I feel like you're being weird. Well, I wouldn't exactly call you a good little girl either. Ew. Okay, but like, then the entire case is basically explained by... They pull some kind of like sleeping gas through the vent. The person who put the sleeping gas waits until the people inside of the room go sleepy for sleevus. Gets through the vent to get inside. Kills the alderman, steals the alderman's keys, leaves the room with those keys, closes the door to the room with those keys, and then he just disappears. And like, as far as like closed room cases, which is like, you know, a stereotype of like this kind of story, like the mystery of like how did the person get killed in the room that has no way of entering or leaving without being discovered anyway. This is a relatively like easy one, I would argue. Those feathers and trunks look like something a yokai might leave behind. You don't actually think the murderer was some sort of monster, do you? What's the name of that creature in the Forbidden Chamber? Tenma something? Because from the black feathers and big tracks, it looks like the creature did it. Our prime suspect would no doubt love to pin the blame on some imaginary creature. Can Tenma whatchamacallit even be made a victim of slander? I doubt the mayor would do something as childish as blaming a boogeyman. So the most likely scenario so far is that Tenma guy left the feathers and tracks behind to make it look like the yokai Tenma was the killer. Wait, what? Now I'm confused as you. At any rate, I doubt Mayor Tenma would plant evidence like that. So, Mayor Tenma is your only suspect. That's right, even his name, Damien Tenma, makes him sound like a villain. I watched that one movie the other day. You know, the one with the Antichrist. That's why I'm thinking about that. And he's really scary looking too. Wait, are you telling me that's why he was arrested? Yes, Apollo. The police arrest people who just look suspicious all the fucking time. In Spanish, we call it portación de cara. Or, how would you call it in English? Like, you just have the right face. You just have the right face, okay? Don't worry about it. And by the right face, I mean the wrong face because you're getting arrested. Don't be ridiculous. He was the only one without an alibi. Oh, is that so? Yep, other than the victim, the suspect, and Miss Tenma, the only others around were Mr. Filch and Mayor Tenma's aide, and the two of them were together at the time. Filch, the guy who tried to steal my bracelet and then my wallet. Just living up to his name, I guess. We should go talk to him again when we have a chance. What about Jinxie? She's not being inspected at all? She may have no alibi whatsoever, but she also has no motive. It's unfathomable. Unfathomable. Mouth, please. We're trying here. Unfathomable. Thank you. That she would murder the Elderman and pin the crime on her father. Besides, do you really think a little girl could lift up this huge spear? Yes. True enough. That spear looks even bigger than her. That's about all I can reveal at this time. Well, you must admit that Damien Tenma appears to be the most likely suspect. I admit it looks bad, but I'm still not buying it. Oh, and one more thing. I must warn you about the prosecutor. The prosecutor assigned to Mayor Tenma's trial? That's the one. He's, how should I put it? Not what you'd expect. That is unless you'd face a convict killer serving hard time as a prosecutor before. What? Is this some kind of joke? Can I ask why a man imprisoned for murder is serving as a prosecutor? Do they let, like, ex-prosecutors do that often? Did Manfred von Karma get to prosecute while being imprisoned before he was, you know, definitely killed by the state? Like, I'm sorry, I just think that he definitely got like a death penalty at some point. Because he's mastered the use of psychology in courtroom battles. Everyone's talking about how this murder was the work of some strange creature. But yokai are nothing more than a figment of the imagination. They're baloney! Who better to prove this than a master of psychology? He's the best man for the job. But he's a convicted murderer. No matter how you look at it, that's just insane. Again, imagine if Manfred von Karma was allowed to prosecute before he got definitely murdered by the state because he got the death penalty. Well, the chief prosecutor personally assigned him, so none of us are in a position to question the matter. Ha ha ha! This really is the dark age of the law. His prosecutor. He wouldn't happen to go by the name Blackquill, would he? Bingo, Simon Blackquill. So you have heard of him. You could say that. What's it supposed to mean? Athena, do you want to talk to me about your ex-boyfriend? Definitely not ex. But it is a funny joke to me. Well, I bet you don't know his unofficial title. Ever heard of the Twisted Samurai? That's Prosecutor Blackwell. He's a weeaboo, you see. The Twisted Samurai? Is that because he's a criminal? Well, yes and no. You could say it also has to do with the effect his crime had on things. How so? His conviction was twisted and warped the legal world into this dark age of the law. What? And he of all people is going to stand in courtroom tomorrow? Also, isn't Phoenix technically responsible for the dark age? Well, Phoenix. Technically, arguably, I would say that the person responsible for the dark age of the law is Kristoff by starting a chain of events that ended up with Phoenix without his badge. And the, following 7 years until Apollo came along and Phoenix could have his 25 Mason system revenge. But arguably, it's Kristoff's fault, I would say. Like, he's technically responsible for, the chain of events that then continues. Arguably. And if you want to be super, 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 super technical, you could blame a lot of the things that happen back to Excelsius Winner. Excelsius Winner would arguably be responsible for a lot of the events of the series by the simple fact that he just did whatever the fuck he wanted, and he is partially the reason why Manfred von Karma ended up killing Gregory Edward, which kickstarted Edward's entire career, kickstarted Phoenix's entire career. A lot of the events of the series really go back to Excelsius fucking around with Manfred and Manfred being a piece of shit. So, I don't know, I can't put that much responsibility on a single guy who might have committed a murder, Fulbright. I'm sorry. Never fear, I myself will be there to protect you. That's reassuring, I guess. Well, you kids knock yourself out. Can't wait to see how you do tomorrow. Wait, Detective Fulbright, I've been meaning to ask you something. Why are you barefoot? This doesn't look like the sort of place where you need to take your shoes off. I hadn't even noticed. Why am I barefoot? You honestly hadn't noticed until just now? Wait a second. Those shoes we found earlier. Excuse me, Detective Fulbright. These wouldn't happen to be your shoes, would they? Yes, they are. My favorite pair, in fact. Thank you for bringing them to me. You must truly be on the side of justice. Don't tell me Mr. Filch actually stole from a detective. Stealing shoes right off of someone's feet. That's pretty amazing. I find it more amazing that Detective Fulbright didn't notice. Well, looks like we got it all we can get out of the detective, so let's see. Maybe we should go have a word with Mr. Filch. I want to hear what his alibi is. I want to blow my nose and take it back. My nose is not better than it was yesterday. It's slightly better, but it's not that better. I feel like that one character, Snot Girl, except not a girl and having a worse time. April 17, QE banner, foyer. It's a shuffle. Terrible, I say. Somebody help! Oh, look, it's Mr. What was it again? Finch? No. The name's Filch. Phineas Filch. Keep on pilfering and you might wind up a jail bed, is sad. So, what seems to be the problem, Mr. Filch? Ah, this is terrible. Terrible, I tell you. Come quick! Okay. What's the deal with him all of a sudden? Looks like some kind of mask. It is the amazing Ninetales mask. The amazing Ninetales. Oh, right, the wrestler who appeared during the festival special event. What's his mask doing here? He never took off his mask like this. Someone must have killed him. What? Who would do such a thing? He's not talking over there in private. Hmm? Look. There's some white hair caught up inside this mask. So, what makes you believe the amazing Ninetales has been murdered? Yeah, I really wanna know, eh? You're a studious one, ain't ya? Yes, I mean, no, just tell me, please. Well, it's like this. I dreamed of becoming a wrestler myself. Hey, how about you join me in the quest for the champion's belt? What a team! Me in my bandit's mask and you in the demon mask of yours. Demon mask? I wonder if I could make it big. Apollo, let's save your pro wrestling debut until after the trial. Huh? Oh, no, I wasn't actually... Apollo, please. Please. Also, Apollo, I hate to break this to you, but like, of the people in this series who could make it as a pro wrestler, I don't think you could make it. You're like too baby for that. In the physical sense. Like you're not, I feel like Apollo is not built enough for this kind of thing. Why did I let him pull me off topic like that? Come on, Apollo, ask him about the amazing Ninetales murder already. The amazing Ninetales is a village's savior, and none ya forget it. His trademark's a gold cape made to look like nine folk sticks. Nine folk sticks, god damn it, I can't speak. He wails through the ring, smacking down 10 Town wrestlers left and right. He sparked the monster craze, revitalizing Ninetales wells in the blink of an eye. Yep, save our village from becoming a ghost town. Now it's a yokai town. The amazing Ninetales really does sound, well, amazing. Yeah, pretty amazing, huh? That's why he's worshipped like a hero around here. I'm proud to be from the same village as him. Come to think of it, you look kind of monster-like yourself, Mr. Filch. Athena, that's not a compliment. Guess it makes sense if you're from the same village as the amazing Ninetales. I know! A lot of people have told me I look like a yokai. Since when was that a compliment? That's what I said. Ouch, what's the big idea? Take your bucket. Hey, how do you do that? Keep it, I got lots more. Well, that's a nice glow, see? So you keep saying that the amazing Ninetales was killed. What's the story behind that? Are you saying he has murdered because he's a mask worship along the river outside? I mean, I hate to break this to people, but I'm pretty sure that QB, like Alderman QB, is the amazing. I think that's him. Like, is that not obvious? I feel kind of stupid for pointing it out. So like, they have the same build, you know? That's only part of it. The main reason is no one's seen him since the special event. The World War Ninetales well is he was killed by Tenmataro. Your villagers are really superstitious, aren't you? That we are. We love conspiracy theories too, like the mayor's diabolical plot. The mayors of Tenma Town? Why is he what is he plotting? Ugh. God, I'm so sorry. I didn't have time to actually mute the mic. Give me a sec. I'm just so full of diseases. And the disease is full of snot. And that makes me full of snot. Remember has it he's planning on releasing Tenmataro. That's why he wants the magic. He'll open the Forbidden Chamber once he's in control. That's quite a tale. Ain't finished yet. There was only one person who could stop the mayor. Our hero, the amazing Ninetales. He vowed to battle the mayor, Tenma Town, and stop the municipal murder. I couldn't make this stuff up if I tried. Apollo, we still have to ask him about the Alderman's murder, remember? Mr. Felch, would you mind telling us what you were doing at the time of the murder? I was in the caretaker's office guarding the entrance like Mr. Gilby said I should. And I made double sure no one came in. I have a clear view of the foyer from where I work. You must be talking about this small room in the upper right. Okay, but like, is that camera moving? Like, I hate to bring this to him, but like, if, like, let's say there's no windows or anything here. If this doesn't move, you literally can just get in through there and move in, like get in through the window entrance, whatever it is that is besides the camera, and then just bypass the caretaker's office very carefully and go through the stairs. It's not that hard. It definitely looks like you can keep track of the comings and goings from there. And you have an alibi to back your statement up, Mr. Felch? I do indeed. I was with my attendance aide. Florent LaBelle is his name. The name is just... okay. So the two of you were together. That's a pretty sound alibi, alright? Except for the fact that I know he's a killer, so you are definitely involved with the murder. Congrats. And nobody came in or out of the manor around the time of the murder. Keep watch here the whole time. They didn't see a soul pass by. And if anyone did, their security camera would have spotted them. So no one came in or out around the time of the murder, supposedly. That means we're dealing with someone who was already inside when it happened. So, do you think this mask is a real deal? Without a doubt, this here is the mask worn by the amazing Ninetales. What about the white hair I found inside the mask? Wait, I just thought of something. Remember the golden animal fur we found at the crime scene? Could it have come from this mask? Look, there's even a spot where the fur is missing. This places a mask at the crime scene at some point in time. Oh god. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm dying so much. God, it's until winter is finally here and like the temperature slash pollen situation normalizes, I feel. But until then, I'm just kind of like suffering like a motherfucker. Which means... what does this mean? Maybe I need to take something for the allergies just in case. Someone with white hair who is linked to the murder and is against the merger. No way. Could the amazing Ninetales and the Alderman actually be? Yes, Apollo is the most obvious, like, connection. Something wrong, Apollo? You should see the look on your face. Oh, no, it's nothing. Maybe Jinxie could tell us something, since she works here. Well, uh, she might be in the garden. No. The yokai lane then? Apple 17. Nantersvale. Yokai lane. Oh look, there's Jinxie. Milk, cheese, yogurt, ice cream, and... Sounds like she's out grocery shopping. She must really like dairy products. It's okay, I'm alive. I'm still alive, apparently. I feel like I shouldn't be in this state. Can I just say that I feel like if I was a character in Ace Attorney, my character traits would be the sniffing and allergies. Which I'm pretty sure there has been characters that do that. I think the characters that do that before. I remember I sneeze and then immediately yawn. It's like my body just wants to die. Wait, again. Oh god. There. There. I think that's it for now. A time to make a milkshake and another to cure my lactose intolerance. Maybe she just stick to soy milk. Jinxie, hey, it's me. It's the demon lawyer. Not another warning charm. Apollo, who is she? Oh, right, this is your first time meeting each other. This is Jinxie, Mayor Tenma's daughter. She was the first to discover the crime scene. Oh, so she's the one who... hello, my name is Athena Sykes. I'll be helping Apollo defend your father at this trial. Pleased to meet you. Pleased to meet you too. Where's Tracy? She went back to the office ahead of us. But don't worry, Athena and I are on the case. Wait, how do I know you didn't? That you didn't gobble her up alive? Relax, I didn't eat her up, and I wouldn't do such a thing in the first place. Poor little Tracy. I'm about ready for some tears of frustration myself. She's quite an interesting character, huh, Apollo? Jinxie, do you remember any more of what happened? Not much. At least not yet. But you do think Dan Mataro was the killer, right? That yokai we saw at the festival? I don't know anything about that. Huh? But you said that Mataro murdered the elder man. It's okay, Jinxie, you can't tell. Ah! Yikes, what was that for? People see things when they don't get enough sleep. There's no such thing as monsters. What's gotten into her? So is there are no monsters you can meet and human? No, you're still a demon. Oh, I give up. It seems like Jinxie doesn't want to talk about Mataro for some reason. But that's precisely what we need to know more about. Besides, she definitely thought there was a yokai there in the Fox Chamber. Also, can I point out that it is very funny that when Apollo talks the charm moves as if like, you know, his paper is moving because Apollo is like moving his lips and throwing air in the process of talking. Like, I don't know, I just find that very charming. It's like the little details. Jinxie, about this charm? Ah, that's You gave me this when I was setting off to the crime scene. You thought Ted Mataro was a murderer. That's why you gave me this. That's what you gave this to me, right? Ah, that's true, but if there's anything else you could tell us, it would really help. And it will help your father too. Alright then. Okay, well, let's talk about the other thing first. Lizzie works at the Alderman's Manor, so maybe she can shed some light on this. So, no one knows the amazing Ninetales' true identity. Say no one's ever seen him without his mask. Does that make you want to know even more? That's why matches where wrestlers try to expose their opponent are so popular. Wait, you mean expose as in strip them naked? Eek! You even think like a demon! The only thing the winner removes is the loser's mask. Yeah, I feel like the other one only happens in my yaoi doujins. Just saying, Apollo, what manga have you Apollo, what manga have you been reading? Apollo, we need to know about your yaoi collection. Fuyoshi Apollo is canon to me. No. Just saying. To have your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. That's why their masks are more important to them than life itself. So you see, these unmasking matches are life and death battles for wrestlers. That means that these masks didn't just happen to worship along the river rank. There's got to be a story behind it. No one can stop the amazing Ninetales. Bet she'd be shocked to find out he's really the other man. Okay, either, like, I'm 100% sure that he's just the other man, but the only thing that would be funny would be a twist when it's not the elder man, it's actually like her dad. And the reason, like, he insisted on the murder is like, look, dude, I helped your town, like, I helped this place not become a ghost town. Could you at least do me this, like, this one solid after years of helping? You know? Why do you think Tenmataro's the killer? I saw him with my own eyes. Tenmataro was right there in the manor. He escaped his prison and ran right by me. What? Jinsey, tell us everything you saw. I called the police after I stumbled on the scene. I was just about to head back to the festival grounds when I saw Tenmataro. It was right around here. The sun is right at me. I was paralyzed with fear. But there was no one around to help me. The foul beast raced right by me toward the foyer. Toward the foyer? Mr. Felch and Mr. Lavelle were supposedly in the foyer at the time. That means they would have seen Tenmataro too. Looks like we better get their statements. Considering Jinxie's mental state, her eyes could have been playing tricks on her. Apollo? Remember the picture in this paper? Someone caught Tenmataro flying through the air. I wonder if it's the same Tenmataro Jinxie says she saw. Don't be ridiculous. Tenmataro is a killer, and he can fly too. I mean, you say that, but like... There's no way of knowing, really. About the yokai you saw at the scene of the crime, anything else stand out? Actually, I heard this strange jangly sound. Wait. Jangly? Like... Jangly how? Jangly sound? Can you be a little more specific? My memory is kind of fuzzy. I vaguely recall seeing Tenmataro holding a staff or something like that. Maybe that's what was making the strange sound. Oh wait, jangly like you know, like a set of keys jangling against each other, I suppose. I guess that's what she means. Does Tenmataro usually carry a staff? Good question. I've never heard of anything like that, and it's not shown on the scroll. How about any other documents? Any of them show Tenmataro with a staff? This is the only known document depicting Tenmataro. After all, those who needlessly depict the demon are forever cursed. Then what's the deal with the Tenmataro you saw, Jinxie? Well, thanks for your statement, girl. Why didn't you tell me you saw Tenmataro earlier? Actually, Mr. Labelle told me not to tell. Mr. Labelle? Papa's aide. Oh, right, the other guy who was supposedly in the foyer at the time of the crime. And what exactly did he tell you? Keep the village superstitions in mind before you go talking about seeing Tenmataro at the time of the crime. Village superstitions? They say you must not gaze upon Tenmataro, but in the event that you do look, and then tell anyone that you saw, Tenmataro will claim your soul. And that's something everyone here knows? Sounds like a bunch of baloney to me. Uh-huh. Everyone from babies to the village elders know about it. But I didn't because I'm not from around here. Hey, come to think of it. Oh, why is everybody hiding their faces? Hey, you there, you mentioned Sarah Tenmataro later. Lower your eyes. You'll steal your soul if you're not careful. Huh? Steal my soul? Seriously? The guy at the special event thing said almost the exact same thing. Apollo, do you think this Labelle guy actually believes in Tenmataro? I seriously doubt it. He's not even from 19th Vale. Then why would he try to keep Jinxie from talking? Good question. I think we better go have a word with him. Time to unmask this monster of a mystery. The last time I saw Mr. Labelle, he was relaxing in the foyer. Why not next up the mayor foyer? With any luck, he'll be there waiting for us. And the name immediately takes me. April 17, QB Manor, foyer. There's no one here. I guess our luck isn't so good when it comes to Mr. Labelle. Maybe he's out for a walk or something. Somebody left something on the seal of the caretaker's office. Oh, it's a TV program guide. Denmark Town Pro Wrestling Howled Wolf vs Pretty Boy Vampire. Blow by blow commentary by Timothy Twilight. Timothy Twilight, that's a good one. Howlish Wolf versus Pretty Boy Vampire. I think I know exactly who Pretty Boy Vampire is. Married a Yokai, repeat, episode 8, where you're really human. Or actually human, starring someone Vitus and Willy Wait. What is that, like Jenny the Genie kind of bullshit? Looks like someone circled a pro wrestling match. Hey, I think you did. Oh, Mr. Finch, what can we do for you? I bet she was going to scream monster, which really isn't much of a stretch. Ain't nothing I need you to do for me, but what business do ya got with my TV listings? Oh no, it just caught my eye. Can I ask if you watched this pro wrestling program today? Yep, 'twas a match between a couple of rank amateurs though. It was a complete disaster. I reckon even I could have done better than that. I seriously doubt that. Almost forgot. There's something I wanted to ask him. Mr. Felch, do you see anything unusual around the time of the matter? For example, Tenmataro or something like that? Ah, that's a Tenmataro. So you did see him. My, how clean and shiny your forehead is again today, Mr. Lawyer, sir. May you shine it up every day, a real party like that. The ladies was loving. Don't change the subject. And FYI, that was a seriously bad attempt at flattery. Only Clavier can say that and actually make it work. Jinxie said she saw Tenmataro flee toward the foyer, so you must have seen him too if you were here. Yipes! Whoa, I really pushed the button there. Well, do you see anything or not? You know, he already looked weird in the 2D animation for like the start of the case. This is worse. This is like so much worse. This is like incredible levels of worse. I need to blow my nose again. Okay, I'm fine. Like the lips with the lipstick and like the makeup is just... This is awful. That is quite enough. I'm gonna ask you not to pester my friend anymore. Yipes! Forgive me for being pestered, sir. And you are? I am Florent Lebel. Beautifine and personal aid to Mayor Demington. Beautifine? More like yokai grotesque. This place is crawling with monsters. Oh, come on, Apollo. Don't call it grotesque. That's ruining the word. Grotesque is a wonderful word. Oh, excuse you! What the hell was that for? Ha 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 ha. It was just a little cologne. You had a look of stinky sweat about you. It's from my own original brand of cosmetics called Je suis la belle. Sniff, 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 sniff. Oh, what a heavenly scent. I think you just paralyzed my olfactory receptors. I suppose such a scent would be difficult for a person to appreciate. I'll have you know that is brand number 5 on Joe. It's my way of introducing myself. Enjoy! Where's my bottle of adieu so I can return the favor? Enough about the cologne. Please tell us what you saw around the time of the murder. I heard you're the one who told Jinxie not to mention that she saw Tenmataro. Why, you little! So she told you she saw the demon, did she? Mr. LaBelle, do you mind if I ask whether you believe in the village superstitions? Ha 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 ha! Oh please, I was merely trying to keep with traditions. Nevertheless, I will say this. I would have stick my nose into this whole Tenmataro business if I were you. But things happen to those who do. That much is true. He's one scary monster. That's crazy. You really expect me to believe that monsters are real? Ha 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 ha. Well, you're real and you should look like a monster. Look who's talking! So, Mr. LaBelle, you didn't see the Little Jinxie has an active imagination. Isn't that right, Phineas? That's right, I didn't see nothing, especially not Tenmataro. As for me, I only see things of beauty. That's why I can barely see you. But I got 2 words for this guy. Total freak. And not even in the pleasant way. Could I ask you about what you were doing at the time of the crime? In other words, you'd like to hear my alibi. You think you'd suspect me of all people? No, it's just a formality. We ask everybody about the... How dare you doubt me? That's an affront to beauty itself. You obviously can see straight. Like that spritz really help. What were we doing, you ask? Go ahead, Filchy, answer the question. At the time of the crime, we were in this foyer. Exactly. Good answer, Filchy. Good answer. Yes, the pretty what you told me. Ouch! You've said quite enough. What is with these two? Great, now he's got me talking like that. I'll be kind through here. I'm a very busy man, you know. Right, well, thanks for your help. So these two were in the foyer, but didn't see Mataro. Come along, Filchi. Hey, where are we going? Alright, gonna practice them statements for tomorrow. Yikes! My eyes! You're going to dig your own grave with that big man of yours someday. What does he mean, practice statements? Oh, if you would excuse me, it's time to touch up my makeup. Apollo, I know this sounds strange, but Mr. Lamel seems unusually preoccupied with Mataro. Really? How can you tell? Well, it's kind of hard to explain. You see, I can read people's emotions from the tone of their voice. You mean you have good ears? Something like that. People's emotions are expressed in the tone of their voice, and my ears can pick up even the subtlest of tones for some reason. That's an interesting skill, but what do you mean what do you mean he's preoccupied with Mataro? I'm not exactly sure, but it was like he was obsessed with the thought of Mataro. That's what I picked up from his voice, anyway. You know, Tina, that makes me question, like, what do you do with, like, autistic people who are, like, you know, very mild on their, like, voice usage, like, on their tone? Because that's a thing. Like, it's common on autistic people. It can happen with other people too, but like it's particularly common with autistic people. Like the lack of inflection sometimes on speech. Like, how do you do with that? And no, it's so like it's obvious that she's also kind of like neurodivergent as fuck, but also like I do wonder what situation she would be in if the person in question is actually really good at either masking their tone of voice or alternatively just, you know, naturally just doesn't talk with a lot of inflection. Like, what do you do then? She might have like earrings, like she might be sensitive enough to that kind of thing to actually notice. I'm just curious, because if it's just the tone of voice, you know. Everywhere we turn is Terminator this, Terminator that. God damn it, I'm gonna die. Like, just between the snot and everything, I just feel like I'm dying. We should go talk to the mayor too. Sounds like a plan. We need to get to the bottom of that rumor about him wanting to release Mataro. April 17, Detention Center, Visitors Room. Okay, you know, I feel like a bad thing, like a bad choice for this game. Like, on the one hand, it's useful because you get lost. On the other hand, I find it very annoying that the game is just like, we're just gonna send you to the room in question where you have to go, rather than letting you even have the choice to just go and select it. I feel like that's a little insulting. Because, like, it's one thing that they change it so you can access any area from, like, the same menu, instead of, like, having to jump from, like, you have to go through like you can only see certain like areas that you have to go through if you go through others first. Like, I always remember like the second case, is it the second case, the restaurant case, the one with Furia Tigre in the second game in the first trilogy. Like, if you wanted to go to the park, like if you wanted to go to the tender lender office, you have to go through the park, which you have to go through the restaurant, which I think you only had like the detention center and the right and co law offices that you could enter from, and you couldn't enter it from other areas. So that was a little annoying because you have to do all of the steps there. It was a little immersive, but it was primarily annoying, I feel. So I don't mind that they've simplified a lot of the process with like just like the list of places. Although I do find it more interesting to sometimes walk through the stages because like you do get an opportunity for dialogue. But the fact that the game teleports you more or less to the area where you have to go is a little, I don't know, it takes a little bit from the playability of the game. Like it takes something away from it. Something wrong, Apollo? Where did your enthusiasm go? What am I doing asking the mayor if he has ever thought about releasing Tenmataro? At best, he'll think I'm an idiot. At worst... Oh, he's here. It's the Moy, old man. It's so nice to finally meet you. I'm Mr. Justice's partner, Athena Sykes. I'm looking forward to working with you, Mr. Tenma... Taro? Oh, yes. I look forward to working with you too. Eek! Glad he didn't mind Athena calling him by a completely wrong name. Apollo, he's just a kind of gentle looking as I imagine. Lucky for you after that blunder you just made. There was something I wanted to talk to you about. There are rumors going about how you want to or did set Tenmataro free. What other nonsense! Yikes! They always assume the worst of me because of the way I look. But those rumors don't have a shred of truth, I tell you. A little touchy about his appearance, isn't he? What he really needs to work on are his people skills. So rumor has it that you want to push the merger through in order to release Tenmataro? Of course, that's so much of a loadie, isn't it? Sorry if I offended you. So that's the talk around town, is it? I can see how that would make you angry. What if Jean's schoolmate starts teasing her about this? Huh? I must break out of here at once. Her torments us without a lesson. No, wait, Fizz, we have to get you a not guilty verdict. Don't try to stop me. This is about a father's duty to his only daughter. Hold tight, sweet Jeezy. Daddy's coming to save you. Relax, we'll look out for your daughter until we can get you free. Is that so? You don't need me to go straighten things out myself. Oh boy! They probably call in the SWAT team if he showed up at her school. Oh, right, I ought to ask about the reason behind the merger. It seems like you were rather forceful in pushing for the municipal merger. Did you really want Ninetales Bell that badly? Yes, well, it's quite an attractive price in terms of tourism. Wait, am I feeling what I think I'm feeling? Sure, I played a bit of hardball, but only when I deemed it necessary. I knew it, my bracelets reacted. What is it, Apollo? Mayor Tenma may not be telling the whole truth. Really? How could you tell? People invariably tense up when they lie. That's where my bracelet comes in. I can sense when the person I'm talking to is feeling tense. Because it begins to feel tight on my arm. No way! You can do that? Wait, so you believe me? Just like that? Sure, each of us has our own special gifts. Oh yeah, Athena has some gifts too, her special sense of hearing. Still, what do you think the mayor is lying about? I don't know, but it's our job to find out. It's been a while since my bracelet last reacted like this. Let's see if I still remember how to do this. First I touch my bracelet. Right, now let's give it a whirl. Yes, I remember this feeling of intense concentration and my eyes bulging out. The ability to see the smallest twitch, the slightest frown that no one else can see. Now Mayor Tenma was lying somewhere in the statement he just made. And when he lied, a certain habit made itself clear just under his right eye. I just have to shift my viewpoint up and focus on that area. Right, I got him now. His nervous still should appear when he's trying to pull the wool over my eyes. I'm gonna pour over every word he says and wait for it to appear. And when it does, I'll perceive it. Uh-huh. Yeah, there it is.
Gotcha!
Mr. Mayor, please, you can't trust us with the truth. The truth? I don't understand. When you mentioned tourism, the bottom of your right eye started twitching. What nonsense is this? So what if you did? Please tell us more about your murder bed. What more is there to tell? Why were you really seeking to merge with Ninetales Vale? I already told you. Tourism. The monster craze really revitalized the village, making it quite a price. What's with that reaction? You really don't trust us, do you? What are you talking about? The village has been hot property ever since the monster craze started, has it not? I think you've yet to realize that what you're saying contradicts the facts. You say that the monster craze really revitalized Ninetales Vale, so you felt it would be an attractive price for its tourism, but that would contradict this. Imagine you say some and the liar says, but you twitch, so you must be lied. God. Wait. Wouldn't it be... I think it's a glossy? I think it should be the glossy. I mean, to be fair to Apollo, to be entirely fair to Apollo, there is a thing about, like, reading someone's, like, body language. But I wouldn't go as far as, like, oh, your eye twitched, therefore you were lying. It's like, especially as a person whose eyes someone twitch randomly. Because my muscles and most of my muscles and my whatchamacallit, like a lot of my connective tissue is kind of fucked up because I have hypermobility. So like to me it's kind of like really that's your excuse. It feels kind of silly.
Take that!
The monster craze in Ninetales Vale is a very recent phenomenon. It was sparked when the amazing Ninetales rose up against the municipal murder. The village was practically a ghost town before then. Ah! So you see, you could have possibly seen it as an attractive price for its tourism. What's the real reason behind your push to merge Tenma Town with Ninetales Vale, huh? Well, okay. It's like lie detectors. Like, lie detectors are all fake. In the sense that, they're not, like, they don't work. The only thing that a lie detector will tell you is if a person is tense or nervous when answering a question. But that could be either because the lie detector makes you nervous, it could be because there's police around, because that's usually a police procedure kind of thing. And there's people who just don't get nervous. So a lie detector is completely useless because, you know, like it's the same as like reading someone's body language when you're asking a question, which might be more accurate than an actual lie detector. It's that kind of thing. But I will give it to Apollo. There is a lot of weird things in most of the satanic cases, so him pulling out the you twitch, you must be lying makes sense, even without the weird supernatural ability of noticing like people's like twitches and shit. Are you ready to tell me the truth now? Honestly, I never wanted to pursue the murder in the first place. But I had no choice if I wanted to protect my darling little Jinxie. Protect her from what? I receive a threat. It said either I go through with the murder or my jinxie dies. What? How awful! Who would do such a thing? I don't know. Whoever blackmailed me must be connected to the murder. Wait, so you think the blackmailer and the killer could be one and the same? Alderman Kiwi was immensely popular, so you have to ask, who would want him dead? Blackmailer who wanted the murder at all costs had all the motive in the world. But why go from blackmail to murder? The murder protests won't disappear just because the alderman was killed. Could it be? What if there was another reason for the murder? Like what? Maybe the blackmailer discovered Alderman Kiwi's secret identity. And his secret identity was a threat to the blackmailer's murder scheme. What do secret identities have to do with anything, Apollo? I have evidence revealing the Alderman's secret identity. Maybe it's time to use it. The mask. Mayor Tenma, please take a look at this if you would. That's the amazing Ninetales mask. What is the meaning of this? This mask was almost definitely at the crime scene. There was some white hair inside. White hair, you say? There was but one person with white hair in the manor at that day. What are you saying? You know which man I'm talking about, right? I'm talking about Rex Kiwi, the amazing Ninetales himself. No way! The Alderman was. Impossible! Wait, come to think of it, Alderman Kiwi was the former pro wrestler. How did we not realize that before? To the blackmailer turned killer when he discovered the Alderman's secret identity. Didn't I just say that? But yeah, the amazing Ninetales was a threat to the blackmailer scheme. He opposed the murder and as a result, single-handedly sparked the monster craze. Even so, what was the mask doing at the crime scene? There had been an event at the manor, and maybe Alderman Kiwi had taken part in it, if you get my drift. This is absurd! Mr. Mayor, do you have proof of the threat that was made against you? Yes, a blackmail letter. Unfortunately, it disappeared after the murder. I've been carrying it around in my briefcase by now, but now it's suddenly vanished. The blackmailer must have taken it with them after they killed the Alderman. Well, at least we've clearly established the killer's motive. Mayor Tenma, visiting hours are over. It would appear this meeting is adjourned. Apollo, do you really think that Mataro that Jinxie saw is the killer? I don't know. All I know is that there is no such thing as monsters. Only humans. Humans are the most terrible monsters. What about that newspaper article? Could the killer have purposely threatened Mataro to do their dirty work? Oh come on! There wasn't any Mataro to release in the first place! Yes, but the only suspect the police have right now are the mayor and a yokai. Well, probably be arguing whether there was a yokai involved in court tomorrow. I can already see the look of disbelief on the judge's face. Apollo, are you right? I'm fine. I'll think of something. It's not the weirdest thing we've done in court. I'd better, because I can't very well say a flying demon was the killer. At this point, the only thing I know for sure is tomorrow is going to be one doozy of a trial. And we get to meet Simon finally. Fucking weeaboo. April 18th, 9:15 AM. District Court, Defendant Lobby. What is it? Oh, it's number 3 today. Defendant Lobby number 3. You okay, Athena? You've been really antsy ever since we got here. I'm just excited. This is my first real court case after all. Yeah, a real ball of excitement she is. I know just what she needs. Athena! Eek! Did you ever learn how about indoor and outdoor voices? I'm just trying to show you the best way to relieve your pre-trial jitters. By scaring the daylights out of me? No, I find that shouting I'm fine in a loud voice really relieves stress. It's part of my course of steel voice workout and a must before every trial. You want me to shout? Here. Apollo, this is not Final Fantasy X. That's right. Here, I'll go first and you try. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine. Alright, I'm Athena Sykes. And I'm fine. Huh. I think that actually worked. I thought it might help. Always works for me. An old friend of mine from junior high and I say it all the time. I see, a proven remedy to calm the soul. I like it. Hey, how about we finish off with a race around the courthouse? The point is to relieve stress, don't get totally exhausted. What's with all the rocket, you two? Mr. Right. Things are terrible. Just a little voice workout. Hey, what's with the suit? Oh, this. I was thinking about getting my attorney's badge back, that's all. That's all? That's huge news! But why now? I have a feeling I'll be needed in the courtroom again sometime soon. And have you met Edward? Yeah, he's been insistent lately. It's like, we're not gonna get married once the California makes it legal if you don't get your attorney's badge back. And I'm like, okay, fine, honey. You know, it happens. But we can talk about that another time. No fair. Inquiring minds want to know. But, whoa. I'm so used to him in his usual laid-back clothes. They even made a 3D sprite of him for this. I'm not even sure if that's 3D and they just like made the 2D look 3D. Actually. Then again, I'm pretty sure that this game has costumes, so that might just be Phoenix on a, like, that might be the 3D model, actually. Now that I think about it, that makes more sense. Also, Phoenix, you look taller when you're a hobo. That's incredible. Sorry, I had to blow my nose again. That suit makes him look like $1 million. Yeah, Apollo, because his boyfriend chose it for him. By the way, have you heard about the prosecutor assigned to the case? Yeah, he's serving time, but before that he was a prosecutor. He also uses psychology? That's right, I heard the rumors about how he was back before his conviction. Using the power of suggestion, he could make even the most stalwart defendants confess. Psychology in the courtroom. You hear a lot about that lately. It sounds like an abuse of power the more they talk about it. So, he must be a scary guy, considering he's a prison inmate and all. So they say. They'll also say he'll cut you down if you talk too much. I knew he was gonna be bad news. It's probably just hyperbole. At least I hope for your sake. Wait, so is it true or not? Let's just say you should be concise and choose your words carefully. If you'd like to keep that head of yours attached to the rest of your body, that is. Yes! So now my course of steel too. So, are you all ready? It might be a good idea to check the core record again before stepping into the ring. Phoenix, I've been told that this game, and the Spirit of Justice for that matter, are actually really easy. So, I'm not that worried about it. Right, Mr. Right, but I'm fine. I'll be watching from the gallery. Good luck. Thanks! Okay, let's do this. The odds of pulling this off are ridiculously low, but that's nothing new. Believe in our client, seek the truth, that's all we can do. Hang in there, Mayor Tenma, here comes justice. Mental image of Detective Fulbright just popping in like, justice, who's that justice? April 18, 9:30 a.m. District Court, Courtroom number 4. Oh god, my nose. Excuse me, Judge. I'm just very snooty. Court is now in session for the trial of Damien Tenma. Apollo Justice Defense Team Leader is ready, Your Honor. I know that big booming voice anywhere, as chipper as ever, Mr. Justice. But who is the young lady next to you? I'm Athena Sykes, Mr. Justice Jr. partner and fresh out of law school. Well, now full of beans too, excellent. Makes an old man feel young again. Now for the prosecution. It appears the prosecution is not ready yet. Never fear, for I shall explain. It's just a minor procedural complication, Your Honor. The prosecutor for this case is being escorted from prison as we speak. Prison? Oh yes, of course, I almost forget that he's currently serving time. Dude, it's animated and everything.
Yup, Prosecutor Blackwell's an inmate. But even a convicted murderer still got a job to do and duties to perform.
Not really, not legally speaking. Like, just saying, just legally speaking, he should not be legally allowed to do what he's doing right now. This is not how it works. Hi. Who's that with his back to us over there? That's him, I'm sure of it. Prosecutor Blackwell. Is the prosecution ready? Enough jabbering. Get on with it already. Ah! Of course, forgive me! Why are all the people related to this case so scary? Very well, Prosecutor Blackwell. Your opening statement. What's the matter? Must we continue to free away time like this? It is alright there in the indictment. An opening statement would be pointless. Pointless? Well... Looks like the cat, or in this case the prosecutor, has the judge's tongue. But we need an opening statement as an overview of the case at hand. Well then, your boldness, if it's so very important, why don't you do the honors? Who? Me? There's a term for people who whine and fuss about how they need silly, useless things. And then decide they no longer want them once it's theirs. A selfish old fool. Huh? Wait, was that the prosecution's opening statement? Maybe? All daughters such as you are a plague upon the young. I pity your poor grandchildren, or is it great-grandchildren? Good question. Blackwell, how old are you again? You're only 28. You're not even that old. I'm older than you. And you're not that young either. Like, come on, how old is the judge again? Like 70? Don't be like that. Although, if he's over 65, he should be retiring. Just saying. Like, come on, Blackwell. You're not that young and you're also not that old. So, like, don't be a dick to the judge. He's trying his best. All these years, I thought the opening statement was the prosecutor's job. But I suppose I could give it a try. Might be a nice change of pace. What? He actually fell for that. That must have been the power of suggestion Mr. Wright was talking about. The opening statement. Let's see here. The victim was one Rex QB, alderman of Nine Tails Vale. And the defendant, Damien Tenma, mayor of Tenma Town, is accused of his murder. And why, pray tell, was the mayor arrested? His prints were on the murder weapon. Plus, he had a motive, the elimination of the biggest roadblock to the municipal murder. The caretaker and the secretary, other potential suspects, both have alibis. And his owner, who was also in the vicinity at the time of the incident, has no motive. So, in a nutshell, I'd have to say the charges against the defendant are incontrovertible. Bravo, your boldness. Your years of experience shine bright like your head. Ho ho ho! Flattery will get you everywhere. He's playing Simon Says with the judge. Moving right along. Let's hear from our first witness for today, Detective Fulbright. Witness, please state your name and occupation. I am the detective assigned to this case, Bobby Fulbright. Oh, and I'll also be keeping tabs on old Blackwell here. I also heard you would provide protection if he never came to town. It would seem that I have been sorely underestimated. Wait, who's protecting who from what? Still, I truly believe anyone can turn their life around, even old Blackwell here. Fulbright, save your platitudes for funerals. Get on with your statement. Ha ha ha! That's the spirit! Justice must be swift and true. I see it in your eyes. There is hope for your rehabilitation and return to society. I will never give up on you! Prosecutor Blackwell doesn't seem to intimidate Detective Fulbright, huh? Well, you know what I say, ignorance is a bliss. Oh, so that's why Detective Fulbright was assigned to Blackwell. He's so oblivious! Now, let's have your first statement, Detective Fulbright. Yeah, got it. But first, I'd like to say to the defense that justice will ultimately prevail. Yeah, because I'm a polo justice and I'm fine. Shut up. Alderman Kiwi was murdered with a spear that had been on the wall. The fingerprints of the defendant, Zabby and Tenra, were found on the murder weapon. At the time Alderman Kiwi was slipped with a drug he unwittingly ingested. Mayor Tenra attacked his helpless victim, impaling him like a human shish kebab. And the sudden pain jolted the victim away, and he grabbed a statue and struck back. Alderman Kiwi had been asleep, some kind of sleep-inducing drug? That's right, the accused was scared because the Alderman was a former pro wrestler. So he sleep him a drug to make sure he'd be out cold and defenseless. He's the autopsy report to prove it. Aha, drug does its slumber. Around 3:20 p.m. Okay. The victim managed to attack his attacker despite being impaled by a spear. That's almost superhuman. Is it even possible? Well, he was a former pro wrestler after all. I mean, I feel like that's not even an excuse. Like, depending on how long it took him to die, the adrenaline that runs through your body from getting shot, getting stabbed, that kind of thing, that will dull the pain. It will, I wouldn't say give you superhuman strength, but like, have you ever read any of those stories about like children saving their parents from like burning cars or some shit? Like, the couple of those that are true, most of the time is like the body just enough adrenaline like runs through your body and your body will ignore things that will destroy it, at least temporarily. Then you fucking die, obviously, but you can in fact just like ignore hilarious amounts of pain and like effort that your body has to make if you have enough adrenaline in your body. Like, if your body's like in a stress situation, like, that's why fight or flight responses are so violent. Like, your body's just like, yeah, either you do something or you die. So would make sense, but it also depends if he died immediately or not. That spear was probably nothing more than a mosquito bite to him.
Objection!
I wouldn't go that far. Not so fast. I'm trying to brush it all off by saying the Elderman had been a pro wrestler. Do you really expect us to believe he could fight back after being skewered by a spear? Huh, never heard of the incredible feats of which man is capable of in a pinch, have you? No, I just explained it, Blackwell. You don't have to explain them for them. Like the samurai of yore, wrestlers can battle through intense pain. It sharpens their senses. I used to talk about it with a former wrestler I met in the clink. I don't know, it still sounds a little far-fetched. Does it now? Then perhaps we should test that theory on you with the edge of my blade. I didn't sign up for this! Huh. And so your little life is spared. For now. Please let those shackles be made of titanium. I don't want to die. Haha, my investigations are as thorough as they are foolproof, or my name isn't Fulbright. I'm about to resign immediately if I ever make a false arrest. The accused prays for the weapon, and he's the one person with an alibi. Quite decisive evidence, wouldn't you agree, Your Boldness? The defendant is sounded guilty about a minute. He has the judge leading toward a guilty verdict, and the trial's just barely begun. What's more, a curious rumor about the accused is making the rounds. They say he seeks the murder for the purpose of freeing Taro from his imprisonment. Truth be told, I can't think of no real reason to show interest in that Banquetsburg. Perhaps he's a complete nutter and really does seek to release an imaginary demon. Either way, he is a raving mad and more than capable of murdering the Alderman. The mayor is a straight one, outright. I heard he went onto a blood drive, but instead of donating, he tried to make a withdrawal. Dude. Order! There will be no gossiping in my court. Not unless I'm involved. In the gossiping, I mean. Your Boldness, please stick a gander on those charms plastered across his cranium. I hear they're meant to keep him safe from possession by the demon Taro. Then again... perhaps he's already under the demon's spell. Behold! The lunatic appears poised to lunge at you at any moment.
Hold it!
The rumors and quirks of Mayor Terma have no relevance to this case. Besides, those charms on his head, they're just a fashion statement, I think. Huh. Come to think of it, such things don't seem relevant to the case, do they? The prosecution will refrain from dragging our client's reputation through the mud. Oh, what a dreadful fearsome lass we have here. Ooh, thanks for that lifeline, Athena. Careful, Apollo, he has a judge lasting in the palm of his hand. The power of suggestion is one of the more powerful tools in Simon Blackwell's arsenal. He's trying to manipulate everyone's impressions to suit his objectives. This guy really is bad news. Oh boy. Don't got my nose again. Thank God that I can easily mute my mic, because otherwise, oh boy. In any case, it seems the victim did manage to defend himself, despite being impaled. What sort of weapon did he use against his attacker? No, that's the statue right here. It appears to be a statue of two strange creatures locked in battle. Two yokai to be exact. Around on one side is an eight-tailed fox on the other Tenmataro. Quite interesting if you think about it. It's as though this very case were rendering art. Blackwell, you can't just say whatever bullshit you want just because you're attractive. I'll tell you this right now. You're not legally allowed to do that. Mr. Justice, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Okay. Okay. Uh-huh. You didn't have to use the word shish kebab. It made me hungry. Okay, but... yeah, there's no prints, so there's no proof that that's the case.
Objection!
Did the alderman really strike the mayor? What? Are you questioning my sense of justice? No, I'm questioning your work as a police officer, because there's no prints here. Idiot. Your so-called justice needs to find itself a pair of legs to stand on. You claim the alderman struck back after the mayor put a spear through him, but the statue he supposedly used to defend himself creates a mayor hole in your theory. It would appear that the defense has a counter-argument. Very well, let's hear what the defense thinks is odd about the detective statue theory. There are no fingerprints, duh. There are no fingerprints on this supposedly crucial piece of evidence. And if you look at the crime scene photo, you'll notice that the alderman isn't wearing gloves. Yes, I believe he is quite gloveless indeed. If he touched the statue with his bare hands, he should have left some fingerprints. Detective Fulbright, you did take that into account during your investigation, didn't you? Ah, this can't be happening. Did I arrest the wrong man? Probably. You did it, Apollo! You knocked Detective Fulbright off his high horse. Well, it's just 1 point in our favor. Who do you suppose clubbed the mayor if it wasn't the alderman? Well, if it wasn't the alderman, that means someone else may have clubbed the mayor. You mean there was a third party than in the Fox chamber? Exactly, this could be the big raid we've been looking for. There does seem to be a hole in the prosecutor's argument. Prosecutor Blackwell, would you care to respond to the defense's assertion? The least you could do is look at me while being dismissive. Your mind is as dull as an unhoned blade, Justice Dono. Justice Dono? He's been watching too many samurai flicks. Also, really? You're gonna Dono him? Dono him. Like... San, sure. Like... Kun, yeah. Like, San and Kun I can kinda see. Kun, mostly if he wants to be disrespectful. Sama, if you wanna get really there, and I feel like it would come off as disrespectful primarily. You're gonna Dono him? You're gonna Dono him? I mean... This goddamn weeaboo, I swear. It will take far more than that to cut down Simon Blackwell. A whelp such as you has no hope against my superior swordsmanship. This is a trial, not a sword fight, Prosecutor Blackwell. There is a perfectly good explanation for the lack of prints on the statue. God damn it. You might recall that blood-stained cloth found at the scene of the crime. Well, it just so happens that the blood was the mayor's. So, where are you getting at? On your mind, boy. Why was there blood on that cloth? Solve that riddle and you shall see that the hole you thought you found is but an illusion. Now let's see, how was that cloth used? Was it used to wrap the statue? Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe the alderman wrapped the statue into cloth. In short, he wasn't touching the statue directly when he used it to strike back at the mayor. Precisely. Bully for you, boy. Ah, it was nothing. Apollo, honey. You're giving the prosecution their case. Apollo, don't let him start manipulating you too. You just closed the hole for the prosecution. I did? I did! Right. That a statue wrapped in cloth would leave no fingerprints is as plain as day. But this also proves that there are no holes in our theory of the alderman striking back. Oops. Oh, Apollo, you silly, silly boy. Now do you see how dull your mind is? I'll make sure to sharpen it next time. A particularly frightening inmate once told me that he always tenderly honed his blades before he went to work, like the samurai of yore. Samurai? Sounds more like a homicidal maniac to me. Actually, he was working in the prison kitchen at the time. Wait, so the inmate was a murdering samurai prison chef? Will that enter the metric for the Mutant Ninja Turtles thing? Would it fit the metric? Now I'm wondering. It would seem that the victim and his killer were the only ones there after all. I was kinda attached to that hole. That's what she said. I don't know why you say it like that. That's the most "that's what she said" moment in this fucking game until this point. Like, what the fuck? I was kinda attached to that hole. Now what? That's what she said. Apollo, I just thought of something. If they didn't find anyone's fingerprints on the statue, who's to say someone other than the alderman didn't hit the mayor with it? Why didn't I think of that? Nobody could have not left prints on it. Then who, pray tell, struck the mayor with the statue? Please illuminate us with your wisdom, young lady. There's only one answer: the real killer. Prove the existence of this real killer, then. What evidence have you? Oh, I'll give you evidence, alright. Athena, are you sure about this? It's one thing when Mr. Wright and Edward do the sexual tension in the courtroom thing, but this is getting weird for me personally. Like, you guys are making it weird. To borrow your words, Apollo, I'm fine. Take a look at this. Black furs and tracks, allegedly from a yokai, were found at the scene. I believe they're from the third party who struck the mayor with the statue. Is the defense actually suggesting some sort of monster killed the alderman? That's exactly what I'm suggesting. Athena, you could have said, no, I'm suggesting that the third party disguised the crime scene as if a monster had killed the alderman. You could have said that and we would have saved like 20 minutes of discussion, sweetie. Why did you do this to me, Athena? I know you're 18, I know you're young, but still, girly, please, I'm begging here, but girly, please. This girl is gonna make me lose my mind. Adorable, but she's gonna make me lose my mind.
Objection!
No, Athena, you just lost what little credibility we had left. Ah! Yeah, that's what I said. Sorry, I guess I got carried away. Mr. Justice, with no time to deal with objections between members of the defense. Sorry, Your Honor. It's just this kid's still, well, a kid. Ouch! You meanie, I'm reporting this to Mr. Wright. Athena, you're literally 18. Although, to be fair, Apollo is like 23, so who is he to talk? He is also a child. So, is it correct to believe that the feathers and tracks are from a yokai, as you put it? No, Your Honor. I believe they are a fabrication. The real killer wants us to believe some sort of monster murdered the alderman. Interesting. And why do you suppose the killer would do that? Why indeed? Apollo, to conceal the crime and blame the mayor. Clearly. Please, get on with the program, hon. Like, whatever chemicals you're using to keep those horns of yours like that are ruining your brain cells. Mr. Justice, you seem as new to this as your partner is. Ouch! I'm not reporting to Mr. Wright. Oi, fool Wright. Explain to his boldness what these brats are missing. You know, the who and why behind those feathers and trucks. What? You mean you can explain a lot? Ha 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 ha! Our investigative progress is without equal! I'm starting to think I chose the wrong profession. Very well, let's hear about these so-called yokai feathers and tracks. This entire case centers on one man's attempt to crush opposition to the municipal murder. Mayor Tenma panicked when the amazing Ninetales helped embolden the protesters. So he stoked the villagers' fears by fabricating a monster. The strange feathers and tracks he planted made it look like a yokai was the killer. Those feathers and tracks stoked the villagers' fears. Absolutely, he knew exactly how to prey on the superstitious minds. Those feathers only gave way to the idea that the Elderman was slain by a demon. The accursed demon Tenmataro, there is. Tenma who? Tenmataro, the legendary demon, locked away in the village's forbidden chamber. From a young age, the villagers are taught to fear the great black feather demon, and thus were they blinded to other more plausible explanations. Hold on for a second. Before we start letting our imagination run wild, isn't there someone else that could be considered a suspect? Mr. Justice, please enlighten yourself. On the day of the incident, there was a special event held at QB Manor. And as part of this event, there was someone dressed in the likeness of Tenmataro. Obviously, this person is a much more likely suspect than any legendary demon.
Objection!
Dullard, you are playing right into the killer's mind games. What? Listen here. The feathers and tracks were merely red herrings. The villagers believed the murder to be the work of the real Tenmataro. However, the police believe that the person in the Tenmataro suit is the killer. Huh? The defendant sought to sow this confusion in order to deflect blame away from himself. However, he was knocked unconscious by the Elderman. And thus our mentally deficient mayor was caught red-handed at the scene of the crime.
Objection!
What? Do you honestly believe Mayor Tenma would do something so stupid? Yeah, honestly, what the fuck are you talking about, Black Quill?
Objection!
The evidence speaks for itself. Fulbright! Right! It was the Mayor's last-ditch effort to stop the opposition before things got crazy. The amazing Ninetales was fueling both the yokai craze and the anti-murder movement. Plus, he's one of the better-known masked wrestlers and the hometown favorite. And that's why the mayor panicked and set out on the path of injustice. But do the people of Ninetales will really believe a yokai is behind the crime? Yokai sightings are an everyday event there, so I wouldn't be surprised if they did. I must say, a crime that preys upon innocent, impressionable minds. Yes, so a particularly silver-tongued inmate once had the following words for me. The innocent of heart are the easiest prey. You don't say. Was this inmate a colantist? No. He was framed for the murder of his beloved. I actually felt sorry for the poor chap. Wait, so he wasn't the predator, but rather the prey? Well, he recognized what his weaknesses are. Yes, well. Now then, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Huh? Aha.
Hold it!
But it doesn't add up. If what you say is true, why top it off with murder? What do you mean? You claim that our client planted the yokai evidence to stop the villagers' fears. If so, then why stop there? Why murder Alderman Kiwi? Yeah, that's a good point. Like, even make it more difficult, because then there's a succession like situation of like someone having to replace Kiwi, and that might make the murder take even longer. For the simple fact that somebody else has to take his place before signing everything for the murder. Excellent point. It is, isn't it? So your honor agrees there was no reason for the murder, correct?
Objection!
Perhaps the killing was on the spur of the moment. You're saying it wasn't premeditated? From the outset, I had no intention of paying heed to any of your babble. However, the fact is, the mayor made a startling discovery. A startling discovery. Why don't I like the sound of that? Alderman Kiwi's secret identity. Apollo! I think Prosecutor Bagwell has figured out the Alderman's secret identity. But even if he has, why would it be a motive for the mayor to commit murder? This is not good! This patch of fur was discovered at the crime scene. It's from the mask worn by the Amazing Ninetales. Therefore, we can conduct that this mask was at the crime scene. Oh my! But why would it have been there? The victim was a former pro wrestler, a member of the anti-merger movement. Need I say more? Well, could it really be? Your boldness has had an epiphany, I say. Our victim Rex Cuby was the Amazing Ninetales, and the mayor's discovery of this fact was his motive for murder. No! Wait, what? What would that be the motive for murder? Like, wouldn't that be more problematic for them? Also, one of them are just like slumped like that. Guys, please calm down. It's gonna be fine, team. Don't worry about it. Order! Order! What a shocking development. A motive clearer than crystal clear. Not really. What do we do now, Apollo? I didn't think they tied the Alderman's secret identity to the mayor's motive for murder. At last we've reached my real point. Why did the Alderman have to forge a secret identity? Does it not pique your interest, your boldness? I admit it does. It is odd that he had to create this other persona, just to secretly participate in the anti-merger movement. It is kinda weird. Very astute of you, your boldness. Right, now take a look at this. If you value your dearest life, you will merge Ninetales with Denvertown. This blackmail letter was found in Alderman Kiwi's pocket. What? At present, the Alderman's wife is in the hospital. And that letter is clear evidence the mayor was blackmailing him by threatening her life. Wait, didn't the blackmail letter sent to Mayor Tenma go Wait, didn't the blackmail letter sent to Mayor Tenma go missing? Right after the Alderman's murder? You think maybe the killer took the letter from the mayor after the murder and planted it into the Alderman's pocket? It's possible, but we don't have any proof that that's what happened. Talk about being up the creek without a paddle. Mayor Tenma would have made a clean getaway if it had just left after planning the yokai side of things. But he was knocked out cold by his sudden decision to kill the Amazing Ninetales. So it was the Amazing Ninetales coordinated attack that brought the entire crime to light. Wait a sec. Ulrich's claiming that the mayor killed the Alderman after planting the yokai evidence, and that the mayor was knocked out cold immediately after that. Detective Fulbright, please add your previous statement to your testimony. Yeah, because like that makes no sense. Like, there's no fucking way that you can make this crime scene look like this. Like, in that situation.
Objection!
Detective Fulbright, your sense of justice is anything but fair. What's this? You dare question my justice again? Yes, I do. Yes, and I'm going to prove it to you. Take a look at this photo. Look at this photograph. This is the crime scene photo. And just what does it prove? It proves when the feather and tracks were planted. But I already told you they were planted before the murder. The defendant planted the yokai evidence, then was knocked out while killing his victim. But that would be impossible. If you look right here, it's clear when the feathers and tracks were left at the scene. Yeah, like look at this bloody track. Should I grab one or the other? I'll grab this one.
Take that!
And you just pointed to the yokai feathers and tracks, Mr. Justice. Yes, see how the feathers are on top of the blood, and the tracks are made in blood? In other words, the yokai evidence could have only resulted after the murder. Then the mayors must have planted the evidence after killing the elder man. But you said it yourself, the mayor had been knocked unconscious thereafter. There would have been no time for him to plant any evidence at all. Therefore, there must have been someone else beside the mayor and the alderman in the crime scene. Ah, there must be some mistake. No, Fulbright, you're just an idiot. Order! Order! Where's your evidence? You can't possibly have any, can you? Ha 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 ha. Evidence? Oh, I have evidence. In fact, I have an eyewitness testimony for you. You do? But how? Why is my mounted sense of justice really just half-baked? He's taking this really hard. Mr. Justice? What is this testimony regarding the third party that you claim to have? I have it right here, Your Honor. It's a sworn testimony of Mr. Tenma's daughter. The witness James Tenma saw a yokai in the hallway after stumbling upon the scene. It was the demon Tenmataro. He's the source of those feathers and tracks. I don't like the silence. It's making me uncomfortable. Will somebody please say something? Yeah, same. The defense will explain to the court exactly what he means. You dare to mug this court and justice itself. You're unfit to bear your name, boy. Hey, I won my game fair and square. Your boldness, it appears our defense attorney here is delirious from exhaustion. Yeah, that's my reaction to Apollo, don't worry.
Hold it!
Apollo, think of something quick before you're held in contempt of court. What do you think I'm trying to do? Before you decide whether I should step down, please hear me out. Very well, Mr. Justice, I'm all ears, but you had better explain yourself well. What was this yokai you were talking about? It's all in this statement here. Daisy Tenma says that she saw Tenmataro after she discovered the crime scene and called the police. She came around a corner in the hall. It was around here that she saw Tenmataro fleeing toward the foyer. The defense says that whoever was impersonating this monster is the one who left those feathers and tracks behind intentionally or otherwise. But how incredibly unjust! Why haven't I heard about this before? Jeff just proved that it was someone else. But the mayor isn't the killer? Was it all that set up? The prosecutor is a convicted felon after all. Apollo, the momentum has shifted in our favor. Good, now let's keep it that way.
Objection!
God fucking damn it. Little do you realize, although you are in the midst of a fray, your sword is broken. Okay, but Blackquill, hear me out. I can still kill with a broken sword. If you give me an opening, I'll remind you that much. My sword? I didn't know I had one to break. Apollo confirm. Are you implying there's a problem with my claim? Consider this. If that yokai impersonator had indeed fled toward the foyer, that fool and that fop would have seen him. Pull and flop. Oh, you mean Filch and LaBelle. Now that you mention it. Both Phineas, Filch, and Fleur and LaBelle were in the foyer at the time. But they haven't stated that they saw a yokai, have they? Did you ever consider that yokai was but a figment of a scared little girl's imagination? Why didn't those two see the Tenmatar impersonation pass by? Apollo, you know why? Because they're clearly into this entire thing. Apollo, come on, don't be an idiot. Make those synapses in your brain work, sweetie. Why don't we ask them ourselves? I was just about to say that myself. No, really, I was. The defense would like to call Mr. Phineas Filch, caretaker of QB Manor, to the stand. I just know he must have seen something. I suppose we can ignore the fact that the little girl believes she saw a monster. I trust you have no objections to Mr. Justice's request, Prosecutor Blackwell. I understand that Mr. Filch is enjoying a nap out in the lobby. I knew that Tanuki was a rare find. When we capture him, I didn't think he'd end up a witness. Do with him as you will. Did he just say capture? No, wait, I don't want to know. Very well then. Bailiff, please go awake Mr. Filch and escort him to the witness stand and walk his balls. It's procedure, you see. Is it? Yes. Will the witness state his name and occupation, please? Name's Filch. Phineas Filch, caretaker of Kirby Manor. Oh, and this is for you, your lordship. Just a little something I thought you might like. Oh my, what a fabulous pair of shoes! And your honor will do just fine, Mr. Filch. Ah, it's those shoes again. Don't they belong to Detective Fulbright? Don't tell me Filch stole them again. Oh yes, your honorship, sir. What, but they seem awfully expensive. Yep, too expensive for me, but I reckon they'd be perfect for someone like your ownership. It's a kind gesture, but legal ethics dictate I can't accept such gifts. Oh, ethics, dramatics. Just take them if you want them. Polish them over real nice for you too. I'm sorry about the shoes, Mr. Filch, but I will accept your testimony. The court would like to hear whether you saw Tenmataro in the foyer after the matter. Oh boy. At the time of the murder, I was on guard duty in the foyer, just like Mr. Kirby asked. I was making sure no one, fair, foul, fishy, or otherwise, could get to our guest. I was still in my office keeping a good watch when the murder happened after 3 p.m. But I didn't see nothing out of the ordinary or nursery. Okay, you keep yabbering on about what's but a phantom of a little girl's dreams. So, you're telling this court you never saw anyone dress up like Tenmataro? Yep, was guarding the whole time. That's the truth, the holy truth, and nothing but the truth. And Tenmataro, yeah, I don't really believe in that, all that young guy mama jumba, do ya? I certainly don't. Oh. My bracelet, it's... Something the matter, Apollo? My bracelet keeps squeezing my arm. Really? So you think Mr. Tanuki, Filch has been lying to us? I wouldn't rule it out. Now, if I could just zero in on a tail. Some sort of nervous habit. What's the hog doing in here? Allow me to introduce my trusty cohort, Taka. He seems to have taken quite a liking to the courthouse, made it his new home, in fact. He doesn't live with you, you know, in jail. Who's ever heard of a courthouse bird? Taka simply loads trickery and fraud. And that queer power of yours seems to have offended my dear bosom buzzard. Don't call it queer. I'm queer. Apollo's probably queer. Also, but like... No, my power is perfectly normal for me, and I'm queer, which is different. This is some sort of trick or... I won't be able to squat like this. What the heck is going on around here? Run for the hills. No pests or other animals are allowed in the courtroom. This is incredible. On the one hand, I'm salty because just let Apollo do his thing. On the other hand, I'm not expecting like the image of the judge with a literal hawk on his head. Just like this. And just looking at it like, huh, this is happening. Ah, somebody help! Oh, he's merely having a bit of sport. He won't harm you, save when truly famished. In that case, prosecutor will you will ensure your feather friend is properly fed. It's just with his scratchies. Looks like we have to do this the old-fashioned way. We'll be fine, I think. There was someone dressed as Stan Mataro there. Filch should have seen him. We'll just have to put our faith in Jinx's statement for now. Mr. Justice, please proceed with your cross-examination. I want to check something. Yeah, it's 3 p.m. For some reason I thought it was 3:20, but like even 3:20 it would still kind of count, I would argue. But yeah, he was watching that rather than, you know, doing his job.
Objection!
Don't lie to the court like that, Mr. Filch. Hey, it ain't right to bushwhack a fella like that. I'm walking here. Unfortunately for you, I have evidence that proves you're lying. If you look at this TV listing here, you'll see that at the time of the crime, there was a pro wrestling match scheduled, something you never miss. I didn't watch that one, no Siri, I was doing my job just like I was supposed to. This guy doesn't know when to give up. Mr. Filch, someone even circled the match. It was you, right? Yikes! Not only that, you even told me you watched it. You said, and I quote, "It was a complete disaster." Nyah! So, do you admit to slacking off? You can't train me with your Rudy Put lawyer talk. I'm one of them professional types too. I can do double duty watching TV and the foyer at the same time. The only thing Felch can claim to be a professional of is professional thief. Mr. Justice, you would have this court believe the witness was slacking off. That's correct. He claims to have been watching TV and the foyer at the same time, but that's nothing but a bald-faced lie. Well, you say, but I'm not the one who's lying. Perhaps you meant the witness, Mr. Justice. And in that case, let's see what evidence you can offer. You claim Mr. Fetch is lying about watching TV and the foyer simultaneously. Now, prove it. Good question. I guess the diagram, because like technically the main like the TV is here, the foyer is on the other side, and even if that TV was showing like the camera feed here, there's like an entire section of the foyer that is not covered by the camera feed.
Take that!
Please take a look at the direction the TV is facing in this diagram. Now, unless Mr. Filch has eyes where his ears should be, I think it would be impossible to watch the foyer entrance and the TV at the same time. Why, yes, someone watching TV that couldn't possibly see the entrance. Exactly, and that means, Mr. Filch, you were slacking off and were not watching the foyer as you claim. Yeah, the bag's out of the card. I mean the other way around. Oh, he's on a crate of oranges. Nice reference to that case in the first. It's a reference to the first game. That one child that we had to prosecute, we had to cross-examine. He also had to stand on a crate of oranges. Now that I think about it. Order! Order! order. But Mr. Justice, is Mr. Filch's stellar work ethic relevant to this case? It's very relevant because while he was slacking off watching TV, there really could have been a Tenmataro impersonator in the foyer.
Objection.
What now? Granted, this Tanuki was lax in his duties, but he still had the foyer entrance covered. What are you talking about? This. I'm not a mind reader. Auditory sense. His eyes may have been slugging off, but his ears were still hard at work. Right, Tanuki? They were? I mean, yes, yes, they were. But you already admitted to slacking off. Now you say you weren't? Blackwell, why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me? And why are you doing this to Athena, but why are you doing this to me personally? My eyes might be lazy, but my ears ain't. I would have heard anyone in the foyer. You see, the foyer floor and the staircase get all creaky squeaky when someone walks on them. Creak, 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 loud enough to wake the dead, I reckon. I hate this guy. I hate this guy so much. So you're saying you didn't hear anybody walk by? Yep, my ears were working full time. So who's the liar now? Yeah, no good shyster. A lying thief calling me a shyster. This has to be the low point of my fledgling career. Gotta hand it to ya, Mr. Blackwell, say you really are something else. I mean, you didn't miss a thing, and them bags under your eyes are darker than mine. Fair warning, Mr. Felch. Taka is particularly fond of Tanuki. If you lie to this court again, you may suddenly find yourself on the menu. Yipes! Please don't eat me, Mr. Taka, sir. The witness will henceforth testify truthfully under penalty of painful bird attacks. And with that in mind, the court requests that the witness revise his testimony accordingly. You know, I don't think that bird attacks is legal. I don't think that should be considered legal. It's true, I was watching a pro wrestling match on the office TV. My eyes I might have been slugging up, but my ears, they were working overtime. The floor there's all creaky squeaky, like no way I would have missed someone walking by. So you see, there were no Tenmataro in the foyer. Superstition is a religion of evil minds. Understand? A simple, rational explanation is best. Forget yokai, demons, and such. We must use common sense for lacking that, our entire world would be upside down. That's a convict prosecutor who is totally a sign of the end times for the legal world. And besides, if there were any yokai roaming about, I'd never sell him to the zoo. I wonder whether Jinxie was just seeing things. That seems to be the general consensus, but I'm sticking to my guns. But if we can prove she saw Tenmataro, the mayor's sure to be convicted. Then we'd better hope my guns fire bullets, not BBs. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Thanks. Now, there was a statement. There was the statement about like the jangling sounds. So you have pretty good ears, Mr. Filch. As good as they come, I'd say. Ain't nothing to hear a creaky floor. Plus, that Tenmataro makes a sound when he goes by. It's like a jingle jangle. Jingle jangle? How does he do that? It's a staff of his. That's what jingle jangles. Was he talking about Apollo? Beats me, but I guess Tenmataro has a staff that makes noise. Come to think of it, didn't Jinxie mention something like that too? She said she saw Tenmataro holding a staff-like object that made a jangly sound. I guess that's the source of the noise then. Well, Mr. Justice, Mr. Fisher's Tenmataro jingle jangles. Would you consider that vital information? Yeah, considering what Jinxie also told us. Extremely vital. I request that it be added to his testimony. If Tenmataro was to pass by, his staff would have gone jingle jangle. Okay, but like, how do you know that he has a staff when there's no other information about it having a staff except for the thing Jinxie told us?
Objection!
Idiot. Tenmataro's staff will make a jangly sound, you say? Well, I'm going to say that your story doesn't add up. Is there something the defense would like to share with the court? Mr. Filch, you say that you didn't see Tenmataro on the day of the incident. Why then did you assume just now that Tenmataro would be holding a staff? Ah! You see, the Tenmataro Jinxie saw held a staff in his hands. And she described it as... she described its sound, just like you did, as a kind of jangly sound. Yeah, so he was holding a staff. What's your point?
Objection!
The point is that Tenmataro doesn't use a staff, not normally. What are you talking about? You see, this is the only known document depicting Tenmataro. Is there a staff in that picture, Mr. Felch? You're right, there's no staff, not even a cane or a walking stick. Ah! So the question is, why does the witness think Tenmataro uses a staff? I believe the answer will overturn the prosecution's case on the most basic level. Well, now, this is getting interesting. Alright, Mr. Justice, it's time to show the court where you're going with this. Please tell the court why Mr. Filch believes Tenmataro carries a staff. Because he actually saw him. Mr. Filch actually saw Tenmataro right after the crime occurred. That's the only way he could possibly know about the staff. Blasted again. Bloody hell, you just duplicitous little. Yes, how that feel, Blackwell? Not so fun when you're on the receiving end of the blade, is it? Admit it, Mr. Filch. You did see Tenmataro that day, didn't you? Well... I'm begging ya, please don't make me say it. But clearly you did see Tenmataro. Stop stalling and testify to that fact. No can do. No way, no how. You ain't got no idea how terrifying he can be. He? Mr. Felch still wouldn't admit to seeing Tenmataro, even though everyone knows he did. The question now is why? Mr. Felch is scared to death. Is that why he can't admit the truth? Come to think of it. They say you must not gaze upon Tenmataro. But in the event that you do, look... And then tell anyone what you saw, Tenmataro will claim your soul. Missy wouldn't admit to seeing Tenmataro after hearing about the village superstitions. She said that if she told anyone that she had seen Tenmataro, he'd claim her soul. Wait, you think Filch believes that too? Ah, so Mr. Big Time City Slicker Lawyer has heard about him. The Mole Village superstitions. Will the defense please explain what the witness is talking about? The people of Ninetales believe some pretty strange things. And the superstitions may be the reason our witness here can't admit the truth. The truth that he really did see Tenmataro. Damn straight, that's why. It's all right here. Village superstitions. Do not gaze upon Tenmataro, do not tell others if you see him. Ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul. There is, however, one way to save it, your immediate departure from the village. Freeing him will bring ruin upon the village. Okay. Ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul? Hey, that's why us folk in Ninetales can't talk about seeing Tenmataro. Okay, cool. Sure thing, my dude. That clears up one mystery. The killer took advantage of the superstitions by wearing a Tenmataro costume. They knew that way no one could talk about him, so it was as if he'd never existed. The defense holds that this Tenmataro impersonator is the true killer. But...
Objection!
Superstitions, you say? What kind of a fool would actually believe such rubbish? And will that using some silly fairy tale could so easily expose the culprit? We'll need to come up with a more rational, common sense explanation than that.
Objection!
Your common sense seems awfully narrow-minded to me, Prosecutor Blackwell.
Objection!
I live in my world of narrow cells, mortal danger, and dark sleepless nights. There is no lack of superstitions in the clink, but few are those who truly believe in them.
Objection!
Well, the village superstitions are real enough to the people of Ninetales Vale. A life or death superstition might make even you a believer. Arrgh. Order! Order, I say! You fool of a tanuki 2 times now, your lies have cost me. Sorry, I promise not to do it again. He's lying. Taka, my fine feather friend, how about him? Yipes! He's gonna eat me alive! Head for the heels! Ah, he took off. Bailiff, what are you waiting for? After him and with your fastest men, and walk his balls. That's certainly not something you see every day. Yeah, I agree. Well, it would seem a new and important fact has come to light. A third party disguised as the yokai Ten Mataro was at the scene. And now we have 2 witnesses who can attest to that fact. Any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell? Are you gonna... Okay. Oh! What? Oh. Ah! Key shackles! I'm too young to die! Justice Zona, long has it been since I've been forced to draw my blade? You had best say your prayers. Eek! This is a little too dramatic, sweetie. You don't have to do this, okay? This is unnecessary. Detective, do something! Ha ha ha! Have no fear, Fulbright is here! When the going gets tough, the champion of justice gets going!
Objection!
Then get going already before he kills us! Oh, but I already know of Simon Blackwell, for it is his sense of justice that set him free. Objection! Objection! I object to the Detective Fulbright definition of justice! God damn, this is a kangaroo cut. Oh, he has like a special one, I see. I'm not in the habit of cutting down unarmed cowards. Oh, well, in that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, can I ask you to, you know... I think the judge forgot he's in charge here. So Justice Zona's assertion is this. Tenma is the real killer, not Mayor Tenma. According to him, there was a yokai at the scene of the crime. No, what he said was there's a yokai impersonator at the scene of the crime. Completely different things. One thing is a literal spirit slash ghost creature. And the other is a man and or woman or another type of person who does not define themselves as a man or a woman wearing a costume. Very different fucking things, Blackwell. Can you please get on with the program? Right, and that yokai, or rather whoever was impersonating him, killed Alderman Kiwi.
Silence!
Care to explain when Jinxie, being the first to discover the murder, did not see your alleged killer yokai there in the Fox Chamber? What? He's right, she said nothing about Den Mataro being in the Fox Chamber. Let me enlighten you. That little scum heard a dying scream right before she opened the chamber door. And your point is? Upon opening the door, she found a freshly skewed murder victim, the alderman, and the homicidal maniac who had killed him, the mayor. No, there must be someone dressed up like Den Mataro. Then, why does that little scum claim not to have seen the yokai in the Fox Chamber? Considering her father is accused of murder, surely she would have had mentioned any third party that might have been in the room. I don't understand. Why didn't she see Den Mataro inside the Fox Chamber? There is but one way to find out. Ask Jinxie Tenma whether she saw your killer yokai at the scene of the crime. Uh-oh. The final battle draws nigh. Only one of us will live here alive. Long has my blade thirsted for blood. At long last, shall we say that? Wait, this is still a trial, right? Show me what you're truly capable of. Justice Zono. Can you not? Very well then. Both parties no doubt need some time to regroup. So the court will take a 10-minute recess in order to... 3 minutes. I'm sorry, but a 3-minute recess? Just so, plenty of time if your destination of intent is the loo. The loo? You mean the bathroom? Sheesh. At least include enough time to wash your hands. Yeah, like, you need at least, like, 20 seconds to wash your hands. So, like, be clean about it, Blackwell. See that you take no more than 3 minutes. All latecomers will be punished. Yes, sir! I hereby declare a 3-minute recess before the battle begins. I declare Prosecutor Blackwell the winner of this round of Simon Says. Doesn't bode well for us if the prosecutor is running the show, does it? Oh, Apollo, don't worry. We figured it out when Manfred Von Karma was here, and this guy is no Manfred Von Karma. No offense. Actually, he might take it as an offense if I say that he's like Manfred Von Karma, so maybe it's better that way. April 18, 10:40 AM, District Court, Defendant Number 3. Yeah, he did. You know what? I should have gotten my coffee like 30 minutes ago. I'm gonna go get myself my coffee and then I'll come back. I'll return in a sec. Okay, I'm back. I have a new tissue of the fabric variety because the other one was, to be very polite, it was very much soaked. I have my coffee. We're ready. I think we're ready. He busted out of his shackles. Yeah, he did. Yeah, what was that all about? I guess they don't make shackles like they used to. Maybe he just built different, Apollo. Have you considered that? Better be careful, Apollo. You really brought out the samurai in him. Especially after you proved there was a Tenmatar impersonator at the manor. What's with that guy and the whole samurai act anyway? Well, he's a giant weeaboo. Yeah, I assume as much, but like besides that. Such a fine swordsmanship. That is no mere act. Mr. Justice, it's high time I challenge this jailhouse prosecutor to a duel. No, wait, let's have the dueling until after we prove your innocence. I suppose it could wait until later. Does anyone remember we're conducting a trial here? Athena, I'm gonna go wash up. Remember what Black Witch said, Apollo. Don't be late. I'll be fine. Don't worry about it. April 18th, 10:43 a.m. District Court. Quarrel number 4. Now we start and Apollo is not here and it's like, did Apollo disappear? What happened to him? And it's like, he got attacked in the bathroom. Now then, I believe our next witness is Miss Jinxie Tenma, a maid at QB Manor. I believe we can proceed now if the witness is ready, that is. No, Ahion, leader of the 100 demons, he really does exist. Wow, that is one well-polished tray. The witness will show her face while in court, or her testimony will be inadmissible. Eek! What is it, my child? Begone, Ahion, leader of the 100 demons. Oh, you think I'm a yokai? Well, I was once known as a judicial monster of sorts. The beast of the bar, the demon of due process, if you will. Eek! My chair has no effect! The demon of due process, not sure I can see that one. No, you little scamp. Yes! I trust you know why you're here. Bugs? Bugs? No, that Trixie Tanuki. Try the noodle stand and go enjoy a big bowl of Tanuki tail noodles while you're at it. Everyone's a comedian. No, I meant your bags. The ones under your eyes? You must have trouble sleeping. Here, this charm will keep Asuki-Arai away. Asuki-Arai? The yokai that washes Asuki beans? The only thing needing washing will be your father's neck before I take his head clean off. Asuki-Arai often keeps people up at night with the noise he makes washing beans. But if you stick this charm on your forehead, you won't hear him anymore. Is that so? Well, thank you. Looks like Prosecutor Black Quill got more than he bargained for. They're bad enough alone, but together those two are just plain creepy. Your testimony, if you please, Miss Tamba. Specifically, whether or not you saw Tenmataro when you discovered the crime scene. Oh boy. Did I see Tenmataro in the Fox Chamber? Well, when I opened the door... I saw... Yes, now I remember. Yokai, right there in that room. Okay. So there was a yokai at the scene of the crime. Apparently. Lots and lots of them. What? Alright, the statuettes. Like, there was a bunch of statuettes of yokai. Wait, more than one yokai? Did Tenmataro happen to be among them? I don't know, I just don't know. All I know is the room was swimming in yokai. Kasha, Norikabe, Little Taisho. They were all there! Well, this is an unexpected turn of events. We've gone from no yokai to a flood of them. This is ludicrous. You would have this court listen to this delusional little scamp's testimony. You can't stop calling her a scamp. It's a little rude, you know? Yuck!
Hold it!
Thanks, Athena. Your Honor, I believe her memory is simply clouded by fear. But a quick therapy session should ease her mind. Athena, she found a dead body. She's gonna need like at least 10 years of therapy to fix that one. And she probably thought her dad was dead for a second there, which means that she's probably gonna need like twice the amount of therapy. With the court's permission, of course. Oh, what a fabulous idea. Please proceed, Miss Sykes. You sure know what you're doing, Athena? She's obviously not herself. The trauma of discovering that crime scene and fear of testifying have her dazed and confused. A regular battle of confusion. But my analytical psychology-based approach should be able to help. Any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell? Shall we let Miss Sykes proceed? It makes no difference to me. Do as you will, but I doubt we shall get any viable testimony. She'd be better served by bearing witness to the sword skills I forged in a distant land. You have never gone to Japan, come on. I'll show you. Found something. Looks like an out-of-control emotion. Athena, what exactly are we looking at here? Oh, this is one of Witch's functions. Right here you can see images and emotions extracted from the witness's voice. Whoa, you mean that little thing can do all this? Pretty cool, huh? And here I thought it was just some kid's toy. Unfortunately, all I'm getting is an overflow error right now. See how sad it is brightly lit there at the bottom left? She's under an uncontrollable amount of distress, which is masking her other emotions. It seems the sheer terror she experienced has made her a confused mess. So, all those yokais she thinks she saw are a product of rampant emotions? Yes, that's right. Her fear has instilled in her hallucinations and false memories. She's seeing normal everyday objects and monsters in her mind. It's a form of schizophrenic hallucination brought on by emotional trauma. I don't know if I would have used a schizophrenic like that, but okay. And the trauma in Jinxie's case is fear. Well, you can have hallucinations without being schizophrenic. I hate to break that. Well, no, I don't even know if schizophrenic falls into this category. Like, I'm gonna have to revise some books. So she was and still is seeing ordinary objects as yokai. I'll have to find the root cause of her extreme fear before I can treat it. Now let's see. Apollo, can you point out the yokai on the Wheel of Fire? He seems particularly terrified of that one. Start pressing probe. Next, point to what's causing Jinxie's out-of-control emotion. Finally hit probe again to try and get to the heart of the matter. Okay, let's give it a try. Like, is there any indicator for other stuff? Or Or like I just have to probe normally when this happens like on a non-tutorial? Like that's my question. Because like this is clearly tutorialized, but like what am I gonna do in a situation when it's not tutorialized? You see, what's the name of for that yokai on a Wheel of Fire? That's Akasha, a yokai that steals the bodies of the recently deceased. I bet it came to steal the Aldermans. It's almost creepy how well that fits the actual situation. Exactly, it's a form of hallucination where the patient can see things for what they are. There must be something at the scene of the crime that she's mistaken for Akasha. Apollo, you need to point out what she thought was a yokai on a Wheel of Fire. I think I know the answer now. Jinxie, that wasn't Akasha you saw. Could you have possibly mistaken this for Akasha? You know, the actual light fixture?
Take that!
The light fixture? This one right there. It has a flame design and it's up there on the ceiling. There was never a yokai on a Wheel of Fire. The Akasha you saw was just a light fixture. Okay. That's one memory back to normal. Nice job. Now that you got the hang of it, it should be a cinch to point out the rest. Jinxie, what about this white wall-like monster? That's Nurikabe. It's a wall monster that blocks your way or leads you astray. That's not yokai, Jinxie. It's a folding screen. Really? You're not gonna make me do all of the pointing? Well, I guess that's fine. And this raccoon dog isn't a tanuki monster, it's just a statue of one. Eek! And look, these are just coffee cups, and this right here is nothing more than a fox statue. Eek! I don't know what I was thinking. Well, that's a little less noise level. You did it, Apollo. Her extreme fear is under control now. After traumatizing her in court. It was all just my eyes playing tricks on me. There weren't any yokai after all. See, a clear-cut statement. That's the power of my psychology and your intuition, Apollo. Really? You're not gonna give yourself more credit? And just like we thought, there never really were any yokai in the Fox Chamber. Right. Then there never really were any yokai there. Yeah, guys, you fucked up our, like, entire case. So the defense is asserting the exact opposite of the original assertion. Yeah, that. Wait. Jinxie, what about Tenmataro? There wasn't anyone there dressed up as Tenmataro or any other yokai there. I remember it clearly now. You gotta be joking! Well, at least they get along. It's good that those two are a nice team. Order in the court. I think we just dug our own grave. Allow me to push you on in. It's the least I could do. No! Polo, can I interrupt your freak out for just a minute? I'm still picking up some noise. It's an unexpected emotion. Does that mean Jinxie hasn't remembered everything yet? Exactly. We should be able to get something else out of her. I'll enter the new information we have and run an update. Well, shit. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. This seems normal. Yeah. Okay. Oh, the sadness is matter here. like, visibly smaller than the rest.
Got it!
The amount of fear you felt is rather low despite your legs having given out from fright. Could something have lessened your fear? Actually, I did experience a sudden burst of courage at that moment. You did? Where did it come from? Let me think. Oh, it was Mama. I suddenly felt as if she was there with me. Okay, I went a sudden burst of courage. Now let's see. Ah, look! Apollo, the noise is all gone. She seems to have remembered everything now. Bye-bye. A sudden burst of courage. Now, where could that have come from? Dincy, was there something that gave you a sudden burst of courage? Yes, there was, but, I realized I had done something naughty when I thought about it later. Any idea what could have given Jinxie that courage? Well, there is one piece of evidence that comes to mind. I wonder if she saw something like that at the scene of the crime. Jinxie, did your sudden burst of courage have anything to do with this? The flower.
Take that!
Jinxie, you didn't happen to see a nine-tails flower there at the scene, did you? Ah! The demon lawyer strikes again. I can't hide anything from you. Stop calling me that. I found a small case with a picture of a nine-tails flower in it. I liked it so much I kept it. You what? You can't remove evidence from a crime scene. That's right, young lady. Removing evidence is a big no-no. Now, the witness will produce said evidence this instant. Sorry. It does seem to be some sort of case. Oh look, something slid out. It appears to be a key. Might I have a look, your boulders? Ah. This is none other than the master key to Kiwi Manor. You searched of this Prosecutor Blackwell. It matches the serial number of the key that went missing after the murder. A master key that went missing. Why don't I like the sound of that? A little scum here has stumbled upon an article of unimaginable consequence. That's a little melodramatic, don't you think? Key these words, for I shall say them but once. The sole key to the Fox Chamber has been in this little scam's constant possession. Ergo, she was the sole person who could use it before, during, and after the murder. Which leaves the master key as the only other key that could have opened the chamber. This master key was found in a room that had been locked by this girl. And your point is? Until Jinxie Tenma opened the chamber with her key, the door had been locked tight from the outside world. There was no one else in there, save the victim and his killer. I trust you have figured it out for yourself by now. A killer other than Mayor Tenma himself would be utterly inconceivable. No! How could this happen? The presidency that will refrain from growling her frustrations. Athena, are you alright? I know Major Temen's innocent. There's nothing we can do. This sucks. Sykes, Zona. Allow me to put you out of your misery. Can I decline your offer? Abandon your client and your misplaced faith in him. Let the relief of a clear head and a clean conscience come rushing in. That will make the inevitable guilty verdict far easier to accept. Great, now he's playing Simon Says with us. Ugh, Well, he's not going to fool us with his stupid mind games. Athena, don't fall for his tricks. Now I'm the one who's dazed and confused. I can't even think straight. Hey, are you alright? He fell right into his trap. Now, I suggest you make a mad dash from the core room and into the wall blue yonder. Only by running shall your mind be clear and your conscience cleanse. Alright, I'll be back in 10. Say it with me, Athena. Don't let yourself be twisted by that samurai. Apollo? Mr. Justice, I heard the word objection, but was it... what is it you object to? Oh, right. I objected, I forgot. The objection was more of a reflex than anything else. Though I was hoping something would come to me while I was trying to stop Athena. I mean, to be fair, Apollo, I said it before like playing on the other Ace Attorney games. That is, in fact, the way that you're supposed to do as an attorney. Literally, they tell you in attorney school. You object first and then come up with something objectionable in the process. This court is waiting, Mr. Justice, though as it stands now, I'll be forced to declare your client guilty and your legal skills suspect if this is it. Now, do you have anything that could overturn the prosecution's case? Well, actually, I do. I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. Apollo, you do have something more than your cores of steel, don't you? Not really, but we'll be fine. But... I've got absolutely nothing, but that's never stopped me before. I have to explain how the real killer could have escaped that locked room, because it's all over if I don't. Apollo, this calls for a new approach. Try to think outside the box. Or in this case, inside the box. And what a doozy that locked room is, too. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have anything that can counter the prosecution's argument? You bet I do! The real killer must have escaped from the locked room one way or another. Vague conjecture shall only earn you a taste of my blade, Justice Zorno. Time to do or die! Literally. We are so fucked. We are so fucked. We are so fucked. The fans will now explain how it would be possible to escape the locked room. You sure about this, Apollo? Can you really explain what happened? I'm fine! That's not an answer, Apollo. We just need to think this whole escaping a locked room thing over from the beginning. So, let's see. If the killer had escaped, how could they have done so? The choices are pretty limited. The room has a window, but it doesn't open wide enough for anyone to get through, and there's a sheer cliff outside. As for the air vent, it's up too high, and there's nothing you could stand on to reach it. Like, the air vent is a good method of getting in, but it's not a good method of getting out. And needless to say, the Forbidden Chamber wouldn't open no matter what we did, so that's out. Yeah, that's why we gotta keep the solution simple, like they say, simple is best. We need to rule out all of the absolutely impossible escape routes. Then whatever is left just might lead us to how the Fox Chamber was compromised. Your Honor, the defense proposes that this killer escaped through here. Literally the door.
Take that!
A hallway door. Well, yes, I suppose that would be the only way out. It would appear you've already forgotten. The only available key until Jinxie Tenma came on the scene was within that locked room. How would one exit the Fox Chamber and then lock it without a key? I should have seen this coming. Remember, Apollo, keep it simple. Simple, right. I could understand if the killer had exited the room with the key, but Well, Mr. Justice, the prosecution has some fine Japanese steel waiting unless you explain yourself quickly. I'm fine! I can't explain myself. The reason the Fox Chamber's hallway door was locked was because... Well, again, I've said it before, it was locked from outside. What if the room was locked from the outside? In other words, the killer took the key through the hallway door, then locked it. Ouch! Consider this. The master key was found inside the tightly locked Fox Chamber. Any assertion that the key was removed from that room is a blatant contradiction of fact. Exiting the room before locking the door would require taking the key outside. But the key was found inside the room, which does seem like a contradiction. If only we could explain both. Like how the key would be inside the room and be used to lock the door from outside. I mean, there's always the air vent. Like, I don't know how that air vent is, like... It's a key, so you have to have some like, it has to be, like, some kind of inclination, like, it has to be angled a little bit, but it's possible that it might have just fallen from the air vent. Well, let's see if the defense can respond before Prosecutor Blackquill draws his sword. How could the master key be at the crime scene despite the room being locked tight? Yeah, no, you can throw it from outside if it is through the air duct. What if someone threw it into the room from outside? You know, something like go out the hallway door, lock the room, and then toss the key back with the key back in through the window. That would explain how the master key could be inside the locked room. And where would you throw it from? There is a cliff outside the Fox Chamber's window. Throwing the key in from there is an impossibility. Oh, right. I wonder if the key could have been tossed in from somewhere other than the window. Somewhere other than the window? Yeah, the air duct, idiots. The key had been tossed in through somewhere other than the window. Yes, the air duct, please, the air duct, like here. Oh, here.
Take that!
The air vent. Yes, the window may be out of the question, but the air vent's not. Oh, that's right, the Fox Chamber's air duct. It's out into the hallway. That's right, the real killer entered the air duct from the vent outside the Fox Chamber, then drove the key into the room through the vent inside the chamber. That's preposterous. That explains how the key got in there after it was used to lock the door perfectly. Mr. Justice, I'm afraid I'm a bit confused. Don't worry. I'll explain it so even your honor can understand. That sounds like an insult, Apollo. First, the real killer, disguised as Tenmataro, murdered the Alderman in the Fox Chamber. Then, they fled the room through the hallway door and locked it. Next, they entered the air duct from the vent outside the hallway. Finally, the killer tossed the key into the room through the air vent in the ceiling there. I guess, yeah, like, I was just thinking of throwing it inside the air duct, but I guess if, like, it's large enough to let you get in, you can just, like, get close, throw the key, and then leave. All that was left to do after that was go back through the duct and flee the manor. Well, Your Honor, could that be any clearer? Amazing. Even I could follow that. The judge seems really pleased. That explains everything. The real killer was someone dressed up like Tenmataro. And there was someone else other than the mayor and the alderman in that room. Hey, it looks like the lawyer has beaten the Gelber prosecutor. Wow, that was a total turnabout. That macy forehead of his seems... God damn it, I couldn't read that one. Let me check if that appears. That massive forehead of his seems so much more attractive now. Lady! He's always attractive. What the fuck are you talking about? Javier Gavin has a better face like than you. I can't believe you. Order! Order! Order, I say! Now that I've proven a possible third party, I don't see how Horkai could be guilty.
Silence!
Valiant effort, justice done by your final trust, Mrs. Mark. That's what she said! Huh? But that little scam and the tricksy Tanuki saw the yokai after he left the room. But then what? Did our some yokai simply go through the foyer and waltz right out the front door? That's exactly what happened. The killer fled from the ouch! But that's impossible, without being spotted by a foyer security camera, there is. The electric eye here would have captured any pesky little yokai trying to escape. However, there is no sign of Tenmataro anywhere in the security footage. Well, what? Save for the foyer entrance, there is no other way to flee the manor, is there? I don't feel so good.
Hold it!
Wait, I believe there is one other way to escape besides the foyer entrance. There's a large window in the foyer. It's possible to escape through there without being seen by the security camera. Hey, you're right!
Silence!
Huh. As I point out every crucial detail to the defense. It seems you lack not only brains, but investigative prowess to boot. That is the cliff side of the manor. The only killer escaping that way would be a dead one. None! Oh wait, you're Frenching it. No! Oui, hon baguette. Wait, so the killer didn't escape out the foyer window? What the heck, right? Huh. I suppose your next proposal is the killer sprouted wings and flew off into the sunset. That would mean the killer really was a yokai. If only we had some sort of evidence that could point to a flying killer. Who's saying we don't? As completely far-fetched as it might be. What? You're saying you can prove the killer could fly? Whoa, I thought I was the one with the cores of steel. Oh, I can't wait to hear this. Your Honor? What evidence do you have that the killer flew away? Well, there was a special edition paper, which is stupid, but I guess if we want to save ourselves. Take a look at this special edition paper. Tenmataro, real or flight or fancy? What does this article prove, Mr. Justice? The photo in that article was taken shortly after the murder. Maybe the yokai in that photo is the killer shortly after they fled out of the window. Mr. Justice, you're not seriously suggesting. Oh, I'm serious. I mean, it all adds up. The killer disguised as Tenmataro flew away, you know, by some way or another.
Silence!
It is your brain that has flown the coop. That image is not but trick photography or some other form of artifice. Okay, then how about the Tenmataro figure Mr. Filch saw? It just vanished into thin air. No, there is a rational common sense explanation for that. That infernal yokai or tricksy Tanuki with this never reached the entrance. He, or should I say she, turned back before the camera's electric eye. She? I don't like where this is going one bit. Now, the fact that we know the yokai had come from the Fox Chamber means that it was likely either Mayor Damien Tenma or his daughter Jinxie Tenma. However, we know that Mayor Tenma was already unconscious at that time. Not good at all. Do you understand the gravity of the situation now, Justice Dono? Probably not. The falsified yokai remnants and the appearance of Tenmataro were the work of one individual. And that individual is none other than Jinxie Tenma. Well, we're fucked. Her daddy's gonna fucking murder us for that one. Yeah, same Apollo. I think we're kind of fucked. No! Order! Order! The defense will stop competing for the greatest freakout ever! I wish we would stop competing for the greatest freakout ever, Judge. I wish we were in that position. Sorry, I had to blow my nose again. The little scum was no doubt simply trying to protect her father. And it's no wonder that her superstitious mind conjured up this mad masquerade. Prosecutor Blackwell's assertion makes perfect sense to me. It's far more convincing than saying the killer escaped by flying out of the window. You truly believe this could end any other way? If we fall right into his trap. What do we do now, Apollo? Our case no longer stands without a real yokai. If only we had one. Bailiff, Caesar. It is time I interrogated her as the samurai of your wood. And do not walk her balls. I know the judge always asks for that, but we are not doing that. Wait, who's holding it? Oh, is her dad? Of course it is. Mayor Tenma? This farce is over. How does it feel seeing your own daughter accused of a cover-up must fall? Tenmataro's true identity is... Now, Mr. Mayor, it would be futile at this point to claim you were the yokai. After all, you had been knocked out cold by a blow to the skull. Slipping into a yokai costume and roaming about the manor would be all but impossible. Consider this well. As it stands, your daughter will be arrested for obstruction of justice. But if you confess, the prosecution would be willing to overlook her little yokai farce. Confess? The defendant intends to confess? Wait! Apollo! Prosecutor Blackwell's up to his mind games again. Mayor Tenma, no! Don't fall for his twisted words. If you send away for murder, Jinxie will be left all alone. The real killer is... Mayor Tenma is going to confess unless we do something. But can't prove how the real killer could have flown away. Ka. Look upon me and despair, for ripe is the time of my return. Oh, I should watch what I wish for. Ka. Foolish mortals. I am Tenmataro, the yokai you seek. Mayor Tenma? Silence! I am Tenmataro, freed from the bonds binding me to the Forbidden Chamber. Behold, the return of the Demon King. What the? Demon King? Well then, I think it's time for me to take a vacation! He will explain himself. Are you saying your turn, Mataro? The yokai we've been chasing this whole time. Indeed, it is I, Tenmataro, the one whom you seek come to reveal the truth. This child is Tenmataro, you say. Ha! What nonsense! So, Mayor Tenma is a yokai now. Ka. His body is now mine. So you're saying that Mayor Tenma is being possessed by you. And that the yokai that Jinxie Tenma and Phineas Filch saw. And the one captured in the newspaper photo. Those were all you. The accursed power of these guarding charms prevents me from revealing my true form. Yeah, that's my honest reaction, you guys. Your boldness. Can this not be interpreted as an admission of guilt? Oh well, a confession by a yokai would be quite unprecedented. Be that as it may, the defense's case has been overturned. But what? You claim the yokai that little scum saw was some third party, the true killer. The one who escaped from the locked fox chamber, but it was the accused all along. Ironic, is it not? Your yokai turned out to be real in a manner of speaking. But the Elderman's killer is none other than Mayor Tenma, and the yokai at the scene. That too was Mayor Tenma, or should I say, or the Tenma Taro. The pieces have all fallen into place. How so, Prosecutor Blackwell? It seems I must spell it all out for you. Mayor Tenma killed the Alderman in the Fox Chamber, which was locked at the time. He then removed the warning charms from the Forbidden Chamber door. He then caused me to sneeze like a motherfucker. God, I'm going to die. Like, oh boy, I'm dying here. Wait, God, it's another one. Okay, there we are. But then fell unconscious from the blow the Alderman's had delivered to his head. That's when his daughter Jinxie Tenma stumbled on the scene of the crime. The little scum fled in terror, whereupon the spirit of Tenma Taro, freed at last from the charm's warding effect, took possession of the mayor. The newly freed Tenma Taro then fled from the Fox Chamber. So you see, the yokai Jinxie Tenma saw was her father possessed by Tenma Taro. Okay, but like you found her dad unconscious in the chamber, which makes this make no fucking sense, Blackwell.
Objection!
But when we arrived on scene, the mayor was found unconscious. How's that possible if he was supposed to have flown out the foyer window? Then what? Do you mean to say the maid of Kiwi Manor, Jinxie Tenma, was Tenma Taro? Oh. Ah! That too is easily explained. But for a time but presently tire made for the Forbidden Chamber. But the last exhaustion took me unawares in the Fox Chamber, and I knew no more. Huh. It would seem the pieces are still in place. Is Blackwell up to his tricks again? I don't know what to say. Is the defendant a real live? I remember my Tenma is true. I knew yokai were real. You mean he really did kill the Alderman just so he could release Tenma Taro? Order! Order! Jesus Christ, people. Now he's got everyone in the courtroom believing in yokai. It's Simon Says on steroids. He wants to convict our client any way he can, even if it means blaming a yokai. The proverbial ducks are all in a row. You should now have no qualms finding the accused guilty or boldness. This is one of the most bizarre cases in my entire career. Otherworldly, in fact. Judge, you saw a woman get unpossessed in your court with like flames everywhere one time. Remember that? Remember that the time we cross-examined a parrot? It's not even that weird. Can yokai even be prosecuted under our legal system?
Objection!
Mayor Tenma just pretended to be Tenmataro to protect his daughter. Plus, I already have proved how a third party could have escaped from the lock room. A verdict at this point would be premature. Since both sides have raised valid points, I have no choice but to—
Silence!
This is the dark age of law where defense attorneys are not to be trusted. This is but a ploy to gain time for them to fabricate evidence. How will I sleep tonight? Knowing you will not let the sun rise on the mayor's day of reckoning, Justice Dono.
Objection!
Oh, fuck off! I won't fabricate any evidence. Do I look like the kind of people who can pay for that?
Silence!
Then prove it by joining me. A night in the clink will assure you will not succumb to temptation. How about I just promise not to succumb to anything? We have both evidence and a confession. The killer is this yokai before us. It is beyond dispute. A guilty verdict is all but— What's wrong with him? Apollo, he clearly got electrocuted. Prosecutor Blackwell, we had enough of your hijinks. The foundation of justice is fair play, and you are in serious violation of that. What in the devil was that? Alright, have you tampered with my shackles is the matter? It seems you found that quite shocking. It's my special jolt of justice device. Each press is a shocking reminder to behave. It could kill you in certain circumstances. This is not a joke. Tasers are actually as dangerous as regular guns. They can in fact kill you, or leave you with sequels for the rest of your life. Defund the police. You shall pay for this. I stumble back and will— Your Honor! You need not fear now. I believe Prosecutor Blackwell will remain on his best behavior. A bit late with the reassurances, aren't we, Detective? Well, in that case, this concludes today's deliberations. The prosecution and defense will use this opportunity to further their investigations. This court is adjourned. Yeah, that happened. Okay, sure. Sure, that happened. Not joking on the taser thing. Tasers are bad. Fuck that shit. Oh, well. April 18, 1:20 p.m. Write anything agency. Having a yokai testify in court is unprecedented to say the least. I am Tenma Taro, the yokai you seek. How could such a straight-laced man like Mr. Tenma suddenly become a demon? Yeah, it's strange. Even worse, Prosecutor Blackwell is playing alone. I can't even think straight anymore. I need to go out for a run. See you in a bit. Wait, what about the investigation? But eek! Whoa, whoa, Trucy, welcome back. Oh, you're in your stage outfit. Back from work? Yep, I really nailed this new magic trick I've been working on. I also heard about those tricks that were conjured up in court earlier today. You know, the demon out of nowhere trick and police tightrope style defense trick. I was seriously considering a disappearing act of my own after all that craziness. Anyway, our next trick is to find a suspect other than the mayor. I know the killer must have used the air duct in their escape. And whoever did that was a Tenma Taro that Mr. Felch and Jixie saw. Right, maybe there's some evidence in the air duct. The real fight starts now. Hey, before you go, let me make the evidence you no longer need disappear. 3, 2, 1, ta-da! Unnecessary evidence has disappeared into Trusty's magic panties. I can't believe that's a sentence I had to read. I wonder where all that stuff goes. You know, it's sold in the black market. Don't worry about it. God, my nose. I will keep complaining until I'm not longer suffering. Okay, let's get over to the scene of the crime. Vámonos, Apolo, vámonos! Why are you using Mexican Spanish when you're supposed to have studied in Europe? Because translators don't know what the fuck they're doing with Spanish half the time. Okay, fair. April 18, QB Manor, Fox Chamber. Detective 4, right. Mind if we search the air dog? Well, since you really are on the side of justice, I suppose I can let you. Plus, my own sense of justice has been called into doubt, so... Wonder if he's been like this ever since the trial. Well, his sense of justice has been beaten to a pulp. It'll probably take a while for him to recover. I sort of feel bad for him, but we have work to do. Let's go get the evidence we need. The airdrop is the key. We know the Ted Mataro impersonator used it to make an escape. After murdering the alderman, the killer left the Fox Chamber through the hallway door. Then, after locking the door from the outside, the killer entered the air duct in the hallway. Finally, the killer dropped the key into the Fox Chamber through the air vent here. And probably entered the Fox Chamber in the first place. If the door to the chamber wasn't locked since the beginning, when there's a non-insignificant chance that was the case, it definitely also entered through the air duct into the chamber. Then went back through the duct and fled the manor. That's how the illusion of no one entering or leaving the locker room was created. If the killer passed through the air duct, maybe we'll find some evidence there. Yeah, maybe some black feathers or something like that. Well, here's a vent. It's awfully high up. Don't worry, I brought a stepladder. Happy hunting! How nice of her to volunteer me for the job. You know, you could have entered through the other end of the vent. There's the vent in the hallway. You could enter through there. Sure, guys. Whoa, it's pitch black in here. Well, here goes nothing. Well, no. There's a thick layer of dust in here. I don't get it. Find anything? It's Apollo, what happened? You're covered in dust. Yeah, dust. Lots of dust. So, what'd you find? You know how dust collects on something when nobody uses it for a long time? Yeah, like Mr. Wright's desk back at the office. Right. You think it'd be possible to crawl over that sort of dust without leaving a trail? I seriously doubt it. Wait, you're not suggesting that was gone through that doctor lately? Kinda looks that way. If that's true, Mayor Tenma is going to be Finger as the killer. It kills me that they're using the word finger like that. I know it's correct. I know that you can use the word finger like that, but the use of finger lately has been getting to me. But we don't turn things around quickly. In justice we trust. Yes. Sorry, Mr. Justice. It seems your justice wasn't the most just after all. It is my sense of justice that has prevailed. Ugh. Detective Fulbright sure seems cheaper all of a sudden. And I'm back to my old devastated self. Ah, come on. Where's that never say die spirit? Bring it on, Mr. Lawyer. Bring it on. Let me suffer in peace. Justice prevails once more. It's not over yet, and besides, kicking someone with their doubt is what bad guys do. Are you calling me a bad guy? Yes, that's what she did. Me, Bobby Fulbright, champion of justice. Then how about some information on the investigation? We need some help here. Information about the investigation? Alright, but I won't have you calling me a bad guy ever again. Understood? We need it, Apollo. Yeah, but how long can we keep this up? I can't believe Prosecutor Blackwell would stoop that low. I mean, to pin the blame on a yokai, he really wants a conviction at all cost. He could give a yokai a run for its money where she's at. Yes, well, I have him writing a self-reflective essay as we speak. I doubt that'll teach him anything. Yeah, he'll probably just write dotard 1,000 times. That whole yokai business is most likely a ploy to win a conviction. For this, Prosecutor Blackwell believes Jinxie Tenma planted that yokai stuff. Planted it in an effort to protect her father, the real killer. Yeah, right, I'd like to see him prove it. Whoa, calm down. He doesn't have any direct evidence, but we did find this. It was on the base of the cliff, just on San Kiwi Manor. Wait, that isn't the stuff Tenma Taro was supposedly carrying, is it? The one and only. Instead, no doubt tossed it off the cliff when she was done. Have you checked for fingerprints? Fulbright, have you checked for fucking fingerprints on that stuff? I need the fingerprints. No way. Well, what about prints? Thanks. Nope, no prints. As if she was wearing a costume. There wouldn't be any anyway. Well, prints or no prints is not going to work in our favor. Sounds like the stuff might have belonged to the mansion. But if that's the case, then where in the mansion did Tenma Taro get it from? Did Prosecutor Blackwell figure out that the victim was the Amazing Ninetales? He did indeed. He's a sharp one, alright. He figured it out while investigating the municipal murder on the victim's past. The Amazing Ninetales sparked the yokai craze that worked against the murderer. And the mayor, Damien Tenma, is the corrupt politician who murdered that great hero. The Amazing Ninetales fans are so angry, they even tried to storm the detention center. I don't blame them. I mean, their favorite masked wrestling hero was murdered. They must have been shocked when they found out what happened. Speaking of which, isn't Shinji also a fan of the Amazing Ninetales? A wrestler's mask is more precious than his own life. He never unmasked himself in front of others. But there are matches where wrestlers battle for the right to remove each other's masks. To have your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. That's why their masks are more important to them than life itself. She spoke with a passion that only a fan could appreciate. We ought to become fans ourselves and go protest it from the prison. What? No! Did you forget that Mayor Tenma is not only Jinxie's father but her client? Oh, yeah. You be careful now. You're defending the most hated mayor in history. I just hope you don't find yourself on the wrong end of a figure 4 leg lock. Maybe I should wear a mask to hide my identity. Are there any other new developments we should know? You know, just in case. Now that you mention it. Our suspect is suffering partial memory loss, but he did manage to remember something. He did? What did he say? He said he didn't want to speak with us. His exact words were, "I am under no obligation to speak with you mortals." And other things of that nature. I wonder what Mayor Tenma remembered. Too bad you can't go ask him now, because Prosecutor Blackwell's busy questioning him. I know, why don't you wait down at the playground with the rest of the kids? Haha! What now, Apollo? How about regrouping back at the agency? Good idea. We might get some words of wisdom out of Mr. Wright while we're there. Well... April 18, Wright Anything Agency. Maybe I'll go read over some past cases. And I'll go do some research on exorcisms. Hey, what's with you guys? You seem bummed out. How should I put this? It's like we're at the edge of a cliff and the only way is down. In other words, business as usual, right? Yeah, I suppose so. Except this time it's like we're bound and gagged too. Don't forget blindfolded with our ears plugged up. Oh, and monsters at every turn, huh? Sounds rough. Hey, Apollo, hold on. Athena's here too. Mr. Wright! How goes the investigation, Apollo? Athena? I think it's safe to say that things have gotten hairier than before. Really? What happened? A lot of things. I was watching the two of you this morning from the gallery. That was one tough day in court, to say the least. I know, I've never had to defend a yokai before. That business with the locker room was another major hurdle. Yeah, and on top of that, Jinxie was accused of being an accomplice. But at least you figured out how someone could have escaped that locker room. Yeah, well, we just found out that our reasoning might be a tad flawed. Oh, really? Well, that's bad news. How are we going to get out of this one? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Force a smile? Yeah, my mentor taught me that back when I was still learning the trade. She also taught me to return to the basics whenever I got stuck. Return to the basics? That's right. Always believe in your client, no matter what happens. That is a lawyer's greatest and most trusted weapon. The basics. Always believe in your client, huh? So, Mr. Wright, how long have you known Athena? I met her during a trip to Europe. You were in Europe? Why haven't I heard about this before? Yeah, I was visiting my husband. How many times do I have to talk about him? Yeah, I went there a few times to study the various legal systems over there. Visit my boyfriend who was also there. We consider marrying in Europe because California hasn't made it legal, but you know how it is. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. I thought you worked as a pianist after you quit practicing law. I did, but an old friend of mine needed help with some legal work from time to time, so, you know, he paid the ticket, I stayed in his room, he's my boyfriend. Don't worry about it. Oh, I guess you were never very far from the courtroom then. It was like fate brought us together. It's thanks to Mr. Wright that I became a lawyer and all. I knew she was lawyer material from the moment I met her. And I have high hopes for her ability to analyze people's emotions. Ah, it's nothing special. Maybe I've underestimated that analytical psychology of hers. It's just I thought that if my special ability could help defend innocent people, then I had to do everything in my power to bring it to the courtroom. That's when I really started hitting the books hard. I'm still amazed she actually became a lawyer. And at the tender age of 18, no less. Whoa, that's almost superhuman. Or personal, like she's trying to help somebody she knows. Yeah, Polo, maybe. Maybe it's like that. Do you think it's possible to extirpate your own nose? I feel like I need that in my life. I feel like I need to extirpate my own nose. At this point. Ah, right. I'm totally pumped up after talking to you, Mr. Wright. It's like you said, the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. And don't forget to return to the basics whenever you get stuck. Keep believing in my client, right? Mr. Wright? Yes? I'm going to go visit our client again. I think that's a good idea. Alright, time to see what's new down at the detention center. April 18, detention center, visitors room. Hiya, Tenma! We wanted to talk to you about something. Gaga! Eek! So my minions have returned. Apollo, he still thinks he's a yokai. I wonder if he'll ever be able to talk to if we'll ever be able to talk to Mayor Tenma again. Silent spinner of the legal trade, free me from these imprisoning walls with great haste. Wow, he's sounding more and more like a real demon with every sentence. I'm starting to wonder if we should even be helping him with his freedom. Still, we can't let Mayor Tenma stay possessed, you know what I mean? If you can clear me of these charges, I shall help in whatever manner I may. Ask me what you will. I suppose it's worth a shot. Were those feathers and drugs at the scene of the crime really you're doing? Indeed, the remnants of Tenma Taro, the king of the underworld, they be. The day when I once again dominate the mortal world is at hand. Call. The prosecution claims the feathers and drugs were planted by Jinxie. What's this? I must reach these walls and go defend my little Jinxie at once. Huh? Mayor Tenma, is that you? Well, now, Damien appears to still reside within this body. But I should have expected as much from a descendant of mine. Be silent now, Damien! I guess a little thing like demonic possession won't stop a father's love for his daughter. You didn't kill Alderman QB, did you? I have killed no one. The remnants of my presence have been misconstructed. The murderer is not I. For if I had slain that mortal, raging hellfire would have consumed him, leaving— God damn it, let me finish the sentence. Leaving naught but ash. Yikes! So you're saying there must have been somebody else there? Come to think of it, the mayor had mentioned that he'd been clubbed with this statue. I'd better ask about this too. Detective Fulbright mentioned that you might have something new to tell me. Indeed, I have. I regurgitated this key but a short while ago. Behold, the key to the Forbidden Chamber. Whoa! Is regurgitation one of your demonic powers too? I do not waste my powers on such parallel tricks. Take the key from the killer Damien, whereupon he swallowed it. He sought to bar the killer entry into the Forbidden Chamber. So he wanted to keep it shut tight. But no fingerprints shall you find upon that key. How do you know that? Wait, is that another one of your demonic powers then? Foolish mortal, you have me Tenma Taro act as an asinine alchemist. I would ask the jailer, and my will was done. Quite eagerly I must add, I was an honor to serve your malevolence. Guess I'm not the only one he scares the living daylights out of. Can we ask how you use this key? We couldn't find a keyhole anywhere in or around the door. Curse that infernal door. If I had known its manner of opening long ago, would I have made my return? He has a point there. Maybe Jinxie knows something about how the whole thing works. Well, at least we have the key. Better than nothing. And this. What, may I ask, is that? The statue was found at the scene. Someone hit Mayor Tenma over the head with it. It had been wrapped in a large cloth before the Alderman's murder. Let me see whether Damien knows about such a thing. Yes. Something wrapped in just such a cloth does he recall. A secret gift from Alderman QB, it would seem. He, however, had not a chance to see it till now, for the cloth did conceal it. Maybe the cloth fell off or was removed after the major was struck. Of that Damien does not know. Secret gift. Interesting. Maybe Jinxie knows something about it. I should question him about the blackmail letter too. Let's see what he says when I show it to him. Why this? This is that accursed blackmail letter that was sent to Damien. Apparently, someone slipped it into the alderman's pocket. We believe someone, probably the killer, stole it from Mayor Stenma's briefcase. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? You have questions, do you? Very well, ask away, mortal. Who placed this in the alderman's pocket? Very few. They knew. Very few were they who knew the letter was in Damien's briefcase. So whoever knew about the blackmail letter being in the mayor's briefcase is a potential suspect in its theft and placement in the alderman's pocket. Could it have been? He's doing. Mr. Mayor? I mean, Mr. Taro? Did you just remember something? Indeed, I did. It was with one other who knew of that letter. Damien's aide, Florent Lebel. Full knowledge of that briefcase's contents did that aide possess. He may be the blackmailer and the murderer we're looking for. That is preposterous! He's a most trusted advisor. He will never betray Damien. It seems like Mayor Tenma is a bit too trusting of those around him. Still, this is huge! Now we know who might have slipped that blackmail letter in the alderman's pocket. Look out, Florent Lebel. Here comes justice. Let's go find Mr. Lebel and rack him over the coals. Thanks for the help. You've just given us a major lead. There's something that still bothers me. If Mr. Lebel is the killer, what could have motivated him to open the Forbidden Chamber? We should probably search it for clues. Only one problem, how do you open a locked door that doesn't have a keyhole? Let's go talk to Jinxie, maybe she can help. Stop looking like that. It's weird. Let's see if she's in Yokai Lane. It seems she is. April 18, Ninetales Vale, Yokai Lane. Hey, isn't that... you dare imprison me. Jinxie! She's acting really strange. That loathsome no good nine-tailed fox. He shall know the terror that is mine and despair. You shall pay. Oh, you shall pay dearly. All of you. Jinxie, are you alright? Is that you, Mr. Divo Lawyer? Morning, Jinxie. Morning. Is it already past noon? What am I doing here? Last I remember, I lay down to take a nap back at the manor. Oh no! It must have been the Makurageshi. Makurageshi? Ever wake after a restless night's sleep to find your pillow in an unusual place? Or that you've been sleeping on the floor or in the hallway? Well, is that Yokai's fault? The Makurageshi preys on people while they're asleep. It sounds like you just need to be tucked in really tight, or maybe a snug sleeping bag. Maybe a big pillow that you can hug. Jinxie, how come you don't have any charms on your forehead? I don't? Oh, they must have fallen off. Without them, evil things are creeping to me. I'd say we had a more than adequate demonstration of that just now. I better reapply them. Jinxie, there's something we want to ask you. There was something I wanted to tell you too. I remember something else. You did? What was it? Jinxie, can you tell us what you remembered? Well, after the trial I remember lots of stuff. There was one thing I thought was really weird. I'm almost afraid to ask, but here goes. Really? What? It's about the yokai feathers and tracks. They weren't there when I opened the door. Wait, what? Are you sure? My memory is crystal clear now. Well, that's a problem, girly, because, well... That makes a lot of this case very strange indeed. So you're saying they were left at the crime scene after you found it? This could spell major trouble, Apollo. Why? Well, for a variety of reasons. Because Jinx is already accused of leaving the federal tracks at the scene. If they weren't there when she discovered the crime scene, it will totally fuel the claim that she fabricated the evidence later on. Ugh. This fuzzy memory of the whole incident is really working against us. The prosecution will probably say she doesn't remember planting the evidence. Good luck refuting that. Oh man, this is not good. I sure hope she didn't plant the evidence while she was sleepwalking or something. Dixie, you wouldn't happen to know how to open the forbidden chamber, would you? The door doesn't even have a keyhole. Well, it's supposed to have a secret mechanism. They say you have to figure it out before the keyhole will appear. A secret mechanism? Really? Uh-huh. It's hidden in the Vox chamber. But only Alder and Kiwi knew what it was and how it worked. The Alderman of Ninetales Well sure love his secrets. Reminds me of a certain Uncle Grandpa. Apollo, let's go see if we can find that secret mechanism. Whoa, slow down! There's something else I need to ask about. Dixie, is there only one key to the Forbidden Chamber? Uh-huh. Even the Miner's Master Key won't open it. That's because it's a very special room that must never be opened. Guess that means nobody entered the Forbidden Chamber after the murder. After all, we know Mayor Tenma took the key from the killer and swallowed it, so... The Mayor's effort to keep the killer out of the Forbidden Chamber were not in vain! Well then... The Fox Chamber, I guess. Wait, should I... I guess I have to show her the key? What's this? Sukugami? Sukumogami? A yokai that inhabits objects that have been used for a really long time. The red demon and a Sukumogami. What a strange combination. Is everything to her some supernatural phenomenon? Wait, so then what do I do? Do I have to present something to her, or...? Oh, actually, does she recognize this statue? Never Kiwi made that statue. It's a token of goodwill. I think it was meant to be for Ninetalesville and Tenma Town. A token of goodwill? But the two yokai are fighting. Fighting? Oh, I see what you mean. The cup portion is missing. The statue. Originally depicted the two yokai holding up a cup in celebration. But it sure doesn't look that way now, does it? Maybe it broke when it was used to hit Mayor Tenma on the head. That would explain it. I guess the only two people who knew what it looked like were the Alderman and I. And now it's just me, but its symbol of goodwill will be forever etched in my mind. Okay, that's interesting. So, is there anything else we should know about Jizzy? No? That's about it. Ah, my bracelet is reacting. Jizzy, you wouldn't happen to be... Injustice with us! Yikes! A ghost! Ah! Detective Fulbright, what are you doing here? I have business with this young lady, if you must know. Prosecutor Blackfield has asked me to question her. Question me? Sorry, not interested. Are you here to ask about that whole yokai affair? That's right! Specifically, we want to ask. Ah, but I can't tell you that now, can I? Ha 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 ha. Oh, come on, please. We're partners in justice, right? No, no. Prosecutor Blackwell specifically told me that questions were of the utmost justice. I will not fall for your lies. In justice we trust. The twisted samurai shows us him on a short leash. So you're not a ghost. Maybe some sort of urban troll then. Now come along, Miss Senma. To the station with you! Well, we're fucked. He took her away. This is my chance to see what she was lying about. Well, at least we found out. There's a secret mechanism for opening the chamber. Let's go check it out. I just hope they let us in now. Not apparently, because we're in the fucking garden. April 18th. Kiwi Manor Garden. Oh, what an absolutely fabulous scent. Why you blue? So glad I had this carnation imported from England. Nothing but the finest will do. Why would you want carnations from England? They import flowers. Like, you do know that England actually imports flowers, right? Like, most of, like, what are you talking about? Perhaps I should place one aside for our dearly departed alderman. Hey, it's Mr. Labelle. Apollo, let's ask him about you-know-what. Oh yeah, before we search the Fox Chamber, we should ask about the blackmail letter. Why, if it isn't the mayor's little lawyers? What do you want with me? There's something we wanted to ask? Where's that ringing coming from? Oh, you'll have to excuse me. Hello, Labelle here. What in the... Those things on his shoulders are cell phones. Yes, about that. You must forgive me. This whole matter with Major Tema has been a complete nightmare. Why do you buy clothes like that? Surprised! This is my own special design. It's the ultimate in functional beauty. Functional beauty? Are you sure about that? Looks a bit unwieldy to me. You simply don't have an eye for beauty. If having an eye for beauty means looking like this guy, I'd rather be blind. So, what do you want with me? What JC and Mr. Filch said they saw Ted Mataro. What about you, Mr. Labelle? If you were in the foyer, why didn't you see? Very well, I admit it. That's right, Fleur and Labelle saw the demon Ted Mataro. So he did see something. Then why did you lie about not seeing him? I was simply trying to protect dear little Jinxie. Protect Jinxie? What do you mean? Why, don't tell me you haven't heard of that strange little habit of hers. Which? What are we talking about? The one where she wanders around making mischief without knowing what she's doing. Rumor has it she's possessed by Ted Mataro. That wants you to be. Ha 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 ha. Well, there you have it. Anytime you hear about Ted Mataro's sighting, little JC should be your prime suspect. Tell us more about that rumor. Okay. So, what was that rumor about Jinxie? They say she's possessed. Not all the time, of course. It hits suddenly that she starts wandering around doing strange things. She might be mentally ill and need medication and you guys are, like, not taking it seriously, just saying. Is that so? Although, come to think of it... That lonesome no good night owl fox. He shall know the terror that is mine and despair. That certainly will explain how she was acting earlier. Once she even put on a Ted Mataro costume and wandered around the woods at night. She did? Maybe this guy just needs, like, you know, a professional. Have you considered that, guys? I wish I never asked. Does she remember anything while she's possessed? Unfortunately, no. She doesn't seem to remember a thing during those episodes. Memory loss during possession. Come to think of it, her memory of the murder seems quite... the murder scene was quite fuzzy. I suppose that, too, was caused by her possession. Ah, then maybe... So you do understand. That whole yokai princess was entirely of her own making. No, wait a minute. Although the yokai evidence wasn't there until after she discovered the crime scene. Did she leave those black feathers and strange tracks there? Track there herself? Apollo, let's ask Major Turtle about Jinxie's episode the next time we talk with him. And I'm supposed to show you evidence, but we're at time, so we're gonna finish for today. First, I should not forget to save. So let's save. And that's gonna be everything for today. Thank you everybody for being here. Tomorrow, it's the Sunday of Resurrection. Happy Easter! Jesus is back! Ergo, we're playing Cult of the Lamb because I think it's funny in a topical way. I would play Blueprints because I'm so close to getting to 46 on the stream save file, which my own save file I'm really advanced. But no, it's, you know, it's Jesus Day, so we might as well, Jesus Resurrection Day, so we might as well play the game where you are, I guess, your cult's Jesus, sort of. So yeah, some Call of the Lamb tomorrow. And then on Monday, more of this thing. More Dual Destinies. More dealing with this guy who... Why is your hair blue? Why do you dye your hair blue between scenes? Fucking weird. Anyway, thank you everybody for being here again. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good weekend. A good Easter. It's Easter. Happy Easter. It's fine. And I'll see you tomorrow for some Cult of the Lamb. Yeah, that's about it. I hate this guy. I really kind of hate this guy. Bye, everyone.